has never been a better time to download the FanDuel Racing app. What are you waiting for? Sign up is quick and easy. There are zero deposit fees, and withdrawals come super fast. Easily track your wagers, rapidly build new tickets, and quickly view potential payouts with FanDuel's My Bets experience. New customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $500. If your first bet doesn't win, don't sweat it. Get up to $500 back as a racing bonus. Download now.
Liam's Map, a two-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere 1 Series tractor. Not because of how easy it is to use, or because of our expert dealers. Not even because it has implements for every job. You just have to get in the seat, because breaking ground on your dream home feels pretty great. John Deere is proud to be the official partner of the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
At Calumet Farm, we're proud to offer proven stallions to fit every breeder's needs. With over 72 million in progeny winnings on dirt and turf, our diverse roster is producing the champions of today and tomorrow. Calumet Farm, a legacy reborn.
Seems I can live a day without you, baby. This sick addiction makes me crazy. Ba, 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 and I'm ready to ba, 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 ba,
Elegance is an attitude.
Today's not just any Saturday, not just any race day.
Can he come back and do it again? He's never attempted.
It means more.
So who are we all picking?
It feels bigger, bolder. It sounds louder and moves faster. It's where the world's greatest take their places for one thing, a world championship. Welcome to Del Mar and the 41st running of the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Today, 9 world champions will be crowned, including a new $7 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Greatness from all over the world is here. Here with a dream. Here to chase history. Here to take off and never look back. Welcome to Championship Saturday.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Del Mar Thoroughbred Club on the 40th anniversary of the first ever Breeders' Cup at Hollywood Park back in 1984. We have the 41st running of the World Championships back in the Golden State at one of the most picturesque settings in all of sport. It's where the turf meets the surf, and today you can rest assured we may not know the winners. We may not know what's going to happen, but we do know that history will be made at the Breeders' Cup and lives will be changed. It is an event of that magnitude. We're 33 minutes away from the first race. My name is Mike Joyce. I'm joined by Gabby Gaudet and Simon Bray. So many storylines, so many horses, so much on the line today, Gabby. The first thing that comes to your mind when you sit in this chair and look at that camera is?
City of Troy later. Whether you like him or not, Simon, this is one of those horses that if he wins today, people will go home and say, I was there the year that City of Troy won the Breeders' Cup Classic. I think this is that type of year that could make history, something like that.
There's always those performances that stamp the Breeders' Cup, you know, whoever it may be. And I think this is the year for an international runner to do that in the biggest race, the Breeders' Cup Classic. If it's not City of Troy, then look to one of the Japanese runners. I really think there's a chance for a European or international invader to win the Classic this year.
This year, the international participation is greater than ever. At pre-entry time, 80 horses from overseas representing 5 continents. And we are going to have an event unlike any other in horse racing, as we do with the Breeders' Cup. I can't do it alone. They can't do it alone. We've got an entire team around the racetrack. Of course, Michelle Yu, Andy Biancone, and Joaquin Jaime all joining us as they will be canvassing the front and back sides here to get you all the information. And we start with our reporters with Michelle Yu.
Thanks, Mike. Looking ahead to this championship racing day, I also am looking to an international to make my day, but it's not City of Troy. I like notable speech. I cannot wait to see this miler go forward. I thought he looked absolutely sensational in the Sussex. Now, he hasn't been perfect this year, but I feel like the races that he didn't win, he had tons of excuses. And this race, especially that you're watching right now, he was just dazzling to me. Charlie Appleby is a perfect 3 for 3. He's going for the 4-peat. And a lot of times trainers will tell you, oh, I'm not even sure about that record. Charlie exactly knows that there is a record on hand. No trainer has ever won the Breeders' Cup Mile 4 times, much less 4 consecutive times. So looking forward to notable speech coming up in the mile, Andy.
Michelle, thank you. The Europeans certainly established themselves yesterday on Future Stars Friday, but I've got a hometown horse that's worth rooting for. The number 8 in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile post time going out for Brittany Russell. This horse was a 3rd place effort in the Grade 1 Whitney, going a mile and an eighth. I love the turn back and distance for him, but this horse has really just become one of my favorites to watch during the breakfast show. He's got a ton of personality, loves Del Mar. You see him here rolling with assistant trainer Emma Wolf, who gets on him every single day, and they certainly have a very special bond that has been a lot of fun to witness, but a horse who I've grown really, really fond of, and I think he's got a great chance in the Dirt Mile, Joaquin.
Well, Andy, for me, I'm going to look to the big one. That is going to be the $7 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic, and the horse that I'm going to key in on is going to be Fierceness. He's looking to accomplish something that has never been done in Breeders' Cup history, and that is win the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Juvenile at age 2, and then go on to win the Breeders' Cup Classic. He has 8 lifetime starts. He has 5 victories. I feel like he has some excuses for those 3 losses, though. He also comes in here off back-to-back wins in his career. He's never done that. He's won the Jim Dandy 2 starts back, and I love the way he sat 4th early, relaxed off the competition down the backstretch, sitting in 4th early before holding off Torpedo Anna in the Travers Stakes. So for me, guys, it's going to be Fierceness in the Breeders' Cup Classic, Mike, and he's also one of 3 former Breeders' Cup horses that we're going to be seeing running today here at Del Mar.
Tremendously talented. He's had a brilliant 3-year-old campaign, and these are the World Championships. It is designed from the get-go for the championships in every division that we see in Eclipse Award to be decided on the track today. It certainly will be with the Classic, and Torpedo Anna in the Distaff. If she wins and we get somewhat of an upset in the Classic, she probably holds that crown.
Yeah, and it's very unfortunate with Awesome Result being a late scratch this morning because that was probably her biggest threat. But taking a look at the Breeders' Cup Classic here, City of Troy signed on as your 5-2 favorite. And Simon, I think this is a type of horse where you have polarizing opinions on him. You either think he can handle the dirt and he's just that good, or he can't. I feel like bettors today are going to either go all chips in or completely toss him.
He's peanut butter. You either like him or you hate him, right? That's exactly what he is. I mean, here's the thing. He comes with a solid reputation. To me, he's more Galileo than Justify on looks. Galileo's numbers on the dirt, not a whole lot, 2 for 38. Not surprising, as many horses run on the dirt, but he just looks like a turf horse to me physically. Maybe he can overcome it. But I think from a betting standpoint, I think he's way too short a price to make a wager on. If this horse was trained in the United States, excuse me, with a resume like that, all turf going in the Classic, he wouldn't be 5-2. He'd be a much, much bigger number.
Certainly, but we've seen them before try this out.
Yeah, and
it worked out very well in 2000 with Galileo running second to, or Giants Causeway running second to Tisnow.
Yep.
It's a race that they have come for in the past. They've been second a few times. And Aidan O'Brien says this is the best horse he's ever trained.
Right. I mean,
and think about all of the classics, all of the classic type of races that a trainer like Aidan O'Brien has won throughout the globe. Hasn't won a Breeders' Cup Classic yet, and he thinks that this year is his best shot with City of Troy. I mean, you have to respect that.
And to your point, Mike, real quick, Giants Causeway finishing second, and one of the best horses that won two classics, Tisnow. I mean, there's no Tisnow in here this year to underscore the point there.
Yeah, but is he Giants Causeway?
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah.
That's what we have to find out. Let's take a closer look at City of Troy as we profile this superiorly talented animal coming over from Ballydoyle.
It's a name we have heard amplified from across the pond all season long.
City of Troy, a brilliant win in the Derby. And it is City of Troy who has won the Eclipse. And City of Troy, what a game performance.
City of Troy, the American dirt-bred turf superstar, looks to cap off an illustrious season with a tilt in the Breeders' Cup Classic, the one race that has eluded the master of Ballydoyle.
The Breeders' Cup Classic is what we always had our eye on. We've never won it. But that was always the dream from last year. The ability he had and he by Justify. We had a plan mapped out for him, and obviously the first part of it went totally wrong, but then we stuck to the plan, and everything has went well since.
It was an unexpected loss for the Justify colt in the 2000 Guineas. After becoming anxious in the gate, he finished a disappointing 9th. But the season was young, and time was in his favor.
Things go wrong, and look, he came back safe. That was the main thing, and I knew he'd come back out and show what he could do.
And show us he has, bouncing back to an emphatic win in the Derby, grinding out a win on soft ground in the Eclipse, and a career-best performance in the Juddmonte International.
He flew. I didn't expect him to lead now and do that, but he ran his heart out, and I was delighted.
He's made every yard so far, and City of Troy, what a game performance all the way.
He showed at York how good he is, so if he can transfer that level of ability to the dirt, then you'd be in the mix.
Thanks, Rodney, and thanks, Rachel, and thanks, Aoife, and thank you, Michael, and thanks, Mark.
Since the Juddmonte, City of Troy has been preparing for the Breeders' Cup at home with the rest of Aidan O'Brien's American-bound contingent.
He's a horse that he's got a lot of will. Getting him to control that was quite difficult for a while. As you'll see in his races, it's just the want to go forward. He's learning to control it and do things the right way.
He's a lovely horse. He's a gentleman to look after, to brush him, look after him every day. He never gives any trouble. You could hug him, you'd do anything. He'd never go to bite you. He might be missing, but he'd never be savage at your anything. He's a gentleman of a horse.
The Breeders' Cup Classic poses the biggest challenge yet to City of Troy, as it will be his first start on dirt. He recently worked at Suffolk Racecourse in England, as the track's all-weather racing surface is the closest resemblance to American dirt.
A horse like him, when you ask them to quicken, they nearly grow a few hands. You feel that, and he does it all with very little assistance. The way he came forward and strong through the line, we're very happy.
He has a heart, and I love looking after him. The Breeders' Cup Classic is the only race that we haven't won, and hopefully this year we have the horse. Hopefully everything goes well and he wins it.
Thanks very much. Hey, all the best in the medical lady. All the Yorkshires behind you.
Yes, there's a lot of hype, but that horse is brilliant. And if there was ever a horse that deserved a shot on the world's biggest stage against the best horses in that division without having any experience on the dirt, it's City of Troy.
And it's one of those storylines that just taking the handicapping and betting mentality out of it. It's been one of these storylines that we've been talking about for months, hoping that it would come to fruition. And the fact that, you know, the connections are so game to bring him over here and do something like this in the Breeders' Cup Classic, it's something to get very excited about later. At the very least.
A great sportsmanship. I mean, you've got to hand it to him. There's a tremendous amount of sportsmanship to do that. And I heard an interview with MV Magnier yesterday. He said, look, if he wins, he wins. If he doesn't, he doesn't. So be it. He's proven himself. And they also have the stallion rights to fierceness. So if fierceness ends up winning, they're covered in both ways.
Win-win.
Yeah.
They're pretty good at this game.
Yes.
Those chaps from Coolmore. Let's talk about Forever Young. And this is a very interesting runner for a number of reasons. He was third in the Kentucky Derby. I believe he was the best horse that day. And unlike Derma Sotogake last year, who did not have a race between the Derby and the Breeders' Cup Classic, Forever Young had a brilliant prep race in the Japan Dirt Classic at a mile and a quarter last time out. I think he's coming in guns a-blazing.
You know what I love about this horse is his grit and his determination. And you don't have to look any farther than his effort in the Kentucky Derby, where he was literally bumped the entire stretch run. And it is really hard to work out a trip in the Derby, especially considering his running style. And he still managed a way to almost win one of our, the most important race in North America here in the Kentucky Derby. That's why I don't have an issue with the rail. I know some people kind of have an issue with that, but I think he can kind of figure out his own trip, and I think he's a really, really good horse.
Same configuration as the Kentucky Derby, right? You got the gate at the top of the stretch, so it's a long run into that first turn. I don't think the gate's an issue. The field's the same size as the Derby, almost 14 runners, 20 in the Derby, but I really like him. He's got the grit, the determination you talked about. More importantly for me, it's the mental aspect. I mean, he doesn't turn a hair. He's almost lackadaisical, and I love that. I think he'll be closer than he was in the Derby. His prep race was a trainer's dream, the comeback race. He was 70% fit. He won in fifth gear. He had so many more left. It was a perfect race to set him up for this with the travel. I think he's got a huge chance.
What about the rail draw? Does that come into play with him?
No, I don't think so. I mean, sure, it's something to consider and talk about, but like we just said, I think with he is very athletic, and we saw that in the Kentucky Derby. The fact that he could stay on his feet and overcome all of the trouble that he had, I think he's a horse that has grit, determination, and he can work out his own trip to the inside.
Highland Falls next to him is not that quick. City of Troy, we don't know how he's going to react out of the gate. The horse to get to the front is Newgate with the blinkers on for Baffert. He's going to do Baffert-style things, and that's go to the front and try and win.
Arthur's Ride, though.
Yes.
I don't know that anybody can outrun Arthur's Ride early. He is very, very fast.
Let's circle back to Forever Young, because he is a brilliantly talented animal. His only defeat in his career was in the Kentucky Derby, and he's got one of the most confident and winningest trainers at Del Mar from the country of Japan in Yoshito Yahagi.
It's a wet morning at Rito Training Center, but the weather can't keep the Japanese spirits down ahead of this year's Breeders' Cup. Located 20 miles east of Kyoto, Rito is one of 2 thoroughbred training facilities in Japan where horses are being put through their final preparations before descending on Del Mar with their largest contingent of horses ever as they try to emulate the success of 2021. Most notably on that list is Forever Young, trained by Yoshito Yahagi, the first Japanese trainer to win a Breeders' Cup race. Forever Young was just denied in this year's Kentucky Derby, and now looks to go 2 better in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Forever Young is a very smart boy. He's always been a very happy horse with a positive nature. I'm so lucky to be the one that looks after him. Forever Young ran as well as expected. He was really able to show his talents the other night.
Forever Young recently had a prep race ahead of the Breeders' Cup in the Japan Dirt Classic, held at Oi Racecourse in Tokyo. Thousands gathered to watch as he took to the track for the first time since competing in this year's Kentucky Derby.
Forever Young and I gained a lot of valuable experience in the Kentucky Derby this year. The Derby was a very tough race, but I was really happy with how he ran tonight. I never thought he'd be defeated. I took the position in the race that I did to try and consider how we want to race him in the United States. He doesn't have a specific style, he just does whatever he needs to win. There are a lot of strong competitors in today's field. Forever Young wasn't 100% fit, so with that in mind, he ran a very good race. I don't know for sure how Forever Young will handle Del Mar until he starts, but so far he's handled every track and surface I've thrown at him, and I'm not too concerned about it because I'm the Del Mar master. He came out of the race really well, as you can see. He isn't tired at all, and he's in good form.
While it's every groom's dream to look after such a high-profile horse, in Japan, there is also a significant financial benefit as grooms receive a generous cut of the purse money.
5%. Not only do I get to look after such an amazing animal on a day-to-day basis, but because I get a cut of the prize money as well, he's allowed me to build myself a nice house. So I'm very thankful to Forever Young. I really want to win the Breeders' Cup Classic. I really want to make him the world's best horse. It would mean a lot to Japanese breeders because I think it would put the Japanese bred horse on a pedestal and attract more international buyers. I also know the Japanese fans will be so excited if we win.
Very tough horse not to like, especially with all of that we just saw and how much goes into it. The Japanese have a brilliant racing product, but I think the reason it's so brilliant is they have the best horses in the world. They really do.
Well, they've done a lot over the course of the past decade or so to invest in even American bloodlines and bring it back to Japan, and that blend with the Japanese bloodlines, I mean, it's just taken them to a whole nother level, and it's been very exciting to see them come here to the States. And look, they've had a lot of success in doing it.
It's the Breeders' Cup, and their breeding over the last 30, 40 years has been impeccable.
Yeah, well, they're smart. When in Rome, do as Romans do. Don't try to win the Breeders' Cup Classic with turf horses. Take American pedigrees, top-class American Pharaohs they've been buying. Sunday Silence, their foundation sire. And then the fruits of that labor are starting to pay off here with solid dirt runners.
All right, let's get some fruit out of the laborious handicapping we've done on race number 1, as we are 15 minutes away from the first here on Breeders' Cup Saturday. Kicking things off with a mile and a 16th turf event for entry-level allowance company. These are 3-year-olds and up. Non-winners of $21,000 other than maiden claiming starter, state bred, or which have never won 2 races, or a claiming price of $40,000. Get it? Got it? Good. Let's start talking. Spycatcher is a scratch. Your favorite right now at 3-1 is Canada Gate for John Sadler and Flavian Pratt.
And this horse is a little questionable. I mean, we don't know what he can do on the turf. He's now stretching out to a mile and a 16th and trying the turf for the first time. But he is a son of Constitution on the bottom side, mostly dirt. The mare was graded stakes place on the dirt. All siblings were dirt. So that's something to consider.
Andy Biancone joining us from the Paddock with her keen eye for the equine athletes. Which athletes are catching that keen eye of yours, Andy?
Michael Joyce, we're getting 3-1 on the number 6 Canada Gate. That is a very short price for a horse trying something for the first time, but physically he was one of the classiest horses of the paddock. He's very well put together, has a compact body, really looks like a proper turf miler, mile and a 16th kind of horse, and he clearly has the speed to assert himself in a good position, maybe even gets a pocket trip under Flavian Pratt today, but 3-1 on him. I will be using him as one of my paddock picks. And another horse who caught my eye for a bigger price, the number 4, No Secret, a third-place effort up at Fresno last time out in the Bulldog Stakes, going a mile and an 1/8 on the dirt, but his turf and synthetic form stands okay, and third start off the extended layoff. He has speed, gets a cut back in distance, and physically was one who caught my eye right away. 19-1. I say we do a little exacta box action, Michelle.
John Sadler saddles Canada Gate, your current favorite right now. And John, this horse never tried turf before. I'm kind of surprised at the attention that he's getting, but you don't seem to be.
Well, you know, we bought him for dirt, and we shipped him to Oklahoma, and he got a little temperature over there, so we couldn't run him in the Oklahoma Derby. We brought him back, get him ready to run the last day of Santa Anita in a condition race on the dirt. That didn't fill. So here he's all ready to go. So I said, you know, he's doing so well, we'll put him on grass and give it a try. So the question mark is how he'll do on the turf.
Now, because we have a synthetic track at Santa Anita, have you even gotten to gallop him over it to see? Because a lot of times that does translate.
Yeah, he's galloped over it, but as I watch him move, you know, he's got kind of a turfy stride. He's a beautiful mover. So I'm hoping they'll like it.
What kind of trip are you hoping for here?
Stalking trip. I imagine a couple will go in these big fields, and then he's got speed to get a position.
Appreciate the time.
My pleasure.
Yeah, Michelle, thank you very much. I'm down here in the paddock now. I'm joined by the Hall of Famer Corey Nakatani, who racked up 10 Breeders' Cup wins through your Hall of Fame career. Corey, we'll get into race number 1 here in just a second. Before that, what is the jockey's room like on a day like today? Breeders' Cup Saturday, what's the atmosphere like?
I tell you, they're cool, calm, and collected in there. Most of these guys have been here. They've taken part in the Breeders' Cup, and anytime you get into these type of races, these guys have got the experience. They're ready to roll, and you know that you're really more excited inside, but you just kind of come in cool and collected.
All right, so wide open race to start things off here. 3-1 favorite. What'd your eyes see down here in the paddock?
Well, the 6 looks really good. The 7, I think it's going to get the right trip, and he just looks really good, and hopefully that horse will put his best foot forward, because tactical speed is very difficult, especially when you're winning a race. The horses that are tactically speed for the mile 16th race has a big advantage, because there's a lot of traffic involved, and there's a tight turns going to that first turn, and it's really a big advantage to have tactical speed.
All right, Mike, 2 horses doing something for the first time for Corey Nakatani here. The 6 Canada Gate and the 7 Invigorated. Both of these colts be making their turf debuts.
And you can see the pick 5 pool already near $1 million, Simon. We saw the early pick 5 yesterday go over $2 million. How do we attack it today?
It's tough sledding here. Big scratch of the 1 Spy Catch. I'm using the 3 Rim Protector, the 4 No Secret. Canada Gate will come into play here. 3-7 in race number 2. Hope Road has been so strong. The form lines are going to be playing out later on. Hope Road beat 1 Magic Filly. She's in the filly and mare sprint later on today. Race 3, 1, 4, 9, 10. In race number 4, I'm just going to go ahead and single the 10 there. That's an aggressive single. Silla for trainer Bill Mott. I think the 7 furlongs is going to be great for her. I like the way she's coming into this race. Bill Mott did something un-Bill Mott-like. That's he shipped her to Del Mar. 3 weeks later, took her back to Saratoga on quick rest, ran her back, gained second behind Society. I think she improves off the freshening here, and that's how I'm going to play this pick 5 sequence.
That ticket from Simon Bray could have all his hopes and dreams wrapped up into one. Could take care of the mortgage payment for years. And that's the fun of horseplay.
Yep.
It's the only game where you can invest an amount of money like that with a reasonable chance of winning a giant sum of money.
True.
And today is a day where you should be looking for those life-changing scores.
Yeah, big fields, really competitive racing, and hopefully we can make some money in the first half of the card and build up that bankroll for some of the later races.
These are the days you got to think outside the box a little bit, because you get those, you know, every now and then you get those crazy results, big prices where you don't think. A lot of big days domestically, I think, are very formful, because it's grade 1 racing on domestic days.
Yeah.
And the horses run true to form. But this is very, very different with the international flavor.
Yeah, like a crazy result in the juvenile. Some guy named Bob Baffert won it at like $1 million to 1. Here's We Can leading the post parade at 17 to 1. Tyler Bays for Brian Corner.
Can we, Gabby?
What?
We can.
Oh, yeah, we can. The 3 Rim Protector. My top pick, I'll get into this in a minute, but 8 to 1, cutting back in distance.
No Secret pace setter here. We know what's going to happen with the 4 at 17 to 1. Third start off the layoff. From Fresno to the Breeders' Cup.
Wow, the 5, Stamp My Passport, has been winless in the past several starts. Is a 2-time winner on the turf, but hasn't managed to get into the winner's circle recently.
Canada Gate was purchased privately for Horonis Racing away from Juddmonte Farms and Bob Baffert. They end up here on the grass.
Invigorated has a great pedigree, especially on the bottom side, to handle the turf today, but has never tried the turf. The son of street sense.
One of the greatest mares to come down the hill can be a Corsa. Those mares that run down the hill there, they either love it or hate it, and she loved it. She was one of the few. Wendelson, the 8. The 9 is King Apollo for George Papapadromo. That's a horse who finished 5th in this condition last out.
10 is next, and this horse comes into the race off of a 2nd place finish last time out, but has been very consistent over the course of the past 5 starts.
Lahaina Favor for Paddy Gallagher. Lanfranco de Torre. Frankie aboard is currently at 4 to 1. Decent price.
Barely Functional, the number 12, 35 to 1. Big long shot there. Stretching out from Santa Anita, last time out against Stakes Company. The 13 is a scratch. The 14 does draw into the race. Hasn't been seen since July of 2023.
That is your field for the opener, as we are 8 minutes away from race number 1 here on Breeders' Cup Saturday. As we go back to the FanDuel TV studios, Caleb Keller going to build a wager for us.
Yes, indeed, Mike, and this was the biggest iPhone that they were selling there at the store, so luckily we are at this said iPhone, and we're at FanDuel Racing today. We're making wagers all afternoon long, and we start here in this turf race, and look, lots of horses that are trying something new, you know, going from the dirt to the turf with solid form lines, but the question is the grass. But in this race, I'm looking at the 11 here down towards the bottom. I was at Keeneland, and man, was Frankie Dettori in vintage mode. He was on the turf, on the lead, from off the pace, up the rail, wide. So Lahaina Flavor, this is a horse that keeps on getting better. This horse was in like the middle 70 buyer land, got to the low 80s, even mid 80s. So I like the 11 here in this lineup. We're looking right now at 4-1, and I'm going to go for across the board. I think that when you get to these big fields, you can certainly play across the board. So it's going to be $5, win, place, and show. We're going to go up here to the top, win, place, and show, give you all those tabs here together, and we'll click win, place, and show. This horse is going well. I think it's faced good competition, and we know the 11 likes the turf. Plus, Frankie Dettori, I think, is going to put on some money rides here today. So $5 to win, place, and show here on the 11 to kick off this program as we inch closer to the Breeders' Cup World Championship races. So with that, let's get it back to Michelle Yu at Del Mar.
Michael McCarthy saddles a pair in here. We'll start with a 7, Invigorated. First time out of your barn, adding blinkers. Has she worked in blinkers before, or is this something new for him?
He had blinkers on the other day. I thought his work was decent. They've been not real eye-catching, but obviously his first race was very good. Second race at Gulfstream, not so good. Obviously, being out of this mare Cambia Corso Hill, is very good down the hill at Santa Anita. We tried to go with a little pedigree angle here.
Mile and a 16th is a tough distance, or you don't think so as much?
I don't think it's going to be a big deal.
You also have Jules Shalehi towards the outside. He draws the outside. Is that going to be a hindrance to him with his speed?
You have to go from that post position. You've got no choice. You get stuck out wide, or you get stuck out the back, so he'll be running away from there.
Best of luck today.
Thank you.
I'm joined by trainer Isidro Tamayo. He has the 4-horse in here, and no secret. It's really no secret about your horse's running style. You might be 17-1, but we know where you're going to find your horse on the front end. Why'd you put this horse back on turf today?
We saw this race, and, the way he's been running, he's been running in a good form and everything, so it was a chance for us to come down here, so we're here. Hopefully we'll run good.
Are you the speed of the speed in this race? Are they going to have to catch you here?
I don't think so. I think there'll be some other speed, but like I told Kyle, we're going to play the break, get him out there clean, and see where we land going into the first turn. So we'll see.
Good luck to you guys.
Thank you.
We've really gotten a good look at this field in just a short amount of time as they're nearing the starting gate, over 1.2 million in the pick 5 pool. Simon, I'm going to start with you. How do you see this race unfolding, the mile and a 16th?
I think Canada Gate's going to be pretty close, to be honest with you. I wasn't aware that, they tried to get him to go on the, the 1 is scratched, by the way. I changed my selection to the 6, so I sent that scratch in earlier, that change in a lot earlier. But Canada Gate, listening to the John Sadler interview.
How do you feel about that?
Yeah, now I'm on the fence a little bit, right? Because he wanted to run on the dirt, but I think that dirt speed is going to make Canada Gate be forwardly placed him. Like I can see this horse on the lead.
And I will say this: even if a horse doesn't take to the surface, you can kind of fool them once.
Right.
Sometimes, and especially a fast horse, they'll get out there and start running, and they'll just not realize they don't like it. That second time, they're like, I don't really like it. But you can fool them sometimes into taking to a surface.
Sometimes with distances as well.
Yeah.
I hear that a lot with
the first time they go 2 turns is their best race. Yeah.
Why are we forced to take short prices on the 6 and the 7, and they're trying something new for the first time? We just heard from the connections that Canada Gate, they bought this horse for the dirt. With Invigorated, still a question mark. I know this horse has a good pedigree out of Cambia Corso, but 7-2, these 2 horses are vying for favoritism. And look, 7-2 is a good price on a favorite, but I think you got to look for horses that have that proven turf form. The 3 Rim Protector has been going too long on the dirt, or on the turf, excuse me. Some of those races, Mike, when I look at going 1 3/4 or 1 3/8 on the turf, this horse loses steam in the final couple of yards coming down the stretch. And I just think the cutback in distance is really going to benefit this horse. But he has class on the turf. I mean, he's a graded stakes place runner.
Can I throw a big number at you here?
Sure.
What's wrong with Fresno to the Breeders' Cup, Simon Bray? No secret, has speed, is performed well on a turf course at Golden Gate Fields and Turf Paradise in the past, has a win. I think the numbers are fine and very sharp. Look, I know he's coming out of Fresno, but he at least ran in a stakes race in the Bulldog against 8 of the other runners. He's coming back to a turf surface that I feel like he should be able to perform for. It's not like the other horses that have never run on the turf. He's run and he's done reasonably well. Is he better on the dirt? Perhaps, but I don't think there's a ton of difference.
Well, he's 16-1. I mean, that's I can't counter your argument because he's a 16-1 shot. So, I mean, if he was, 7-2, that I could probably counter that argument pretty strongly. But I think at that price, yeah, he's worth a shot, especially with the pace factor. He's got a pace edge in here.
I thought another horse to maybe look at a price was the 9 King Apollo. I know his last race wasn't great at Santa Anita, and I don't really know what went wrong in that event because he was 2-1. He should have run a lot better. He was 5th in a field of 8. But look at his race at Del Mar, Mike. I think that race back in August here going a mile and a 16th would be very competitive against this group today.
Absolutely. There's nothing wrong with that race. His last race leaves a little something to be desired, but he clearly never got to where he wanted to be in that race. I mean, he likes to be forwardly placed, not necessarily on the lead, but stalking. He was well back in that field of 8 last time out. So a forgivable no-show if you want King Apollo and you get Jose Ortiz aboard.
Yeah, maybe you could argue that he doesn't want to go this far. And like you said, he got away with it one time going a mile and a 16th. Maybe he wants to shorten up. But, I mean, isn't it kind of worth the risk, at least at 10-1? I'd rather take a risk on a horse that the distance is questionable than the surface is questionable at a much shorter price.
I just think at the end of the day, the wagering public is leaning in the right direction with Lahaina Flavor, Simon. For Patty Gallagher, a nice win on the turf at Santa Anita last time out. This horse is remarkably consistent, but I also feel like despite the consistency, getting good right now, and I think they found a sweet spot at a mile. I think a mile and 3/8, a mile and a quarter may have been too much for him. A mile and a 16th, probably far more in his wheelhouse.
Well, the mile suits him because of his running style. I mean, the pace is quicker. The internal fractions are quicker. He sits back and comes with a run. When he's gone a mile and a quarter, he doesn't get that pace to close into. The problem with Lahaina Flavor, well, there's no problem, but the issue that you have betting him is his running style. It comes from far back. He's going to need pace and a trip. If you get a price, it's worth it. And he's getting bet to 3-1 now. I don't know whether that's the Dettori factor or what. Plus, maybe people look at say, you know what, you've got No Secret in here. Canada Gate's pretty quick. Blinkers going on invigorated. Maybe there is enough pace for him to close into.
Have we spoke about Jewel Shillelagh at all? The number 10 here with Umberto Rispoli for Mike McCarthy. There's nothing wrong with this gelding right now.
No, he's been in very good form. Mike McCarthy said that this horse wants to be forwardly placed, so that's what the expected trip will be today. And I like that because this horse has to get into position from this outside post position. Really, the only other speed in here would be the 4 and maybe the 6 if his speed translates from dirt to turf.
They have reached the starting gate here, race number 1 on Breeders' Cup Saturday here at the Del Mar Thoroughbred Club with the Pick 5 pool creeping toward $2 million once again. Let's go to the voice of the Breeders' Cup, Larry Colmus.
And that Pick 5 pool now over $2 million as they move into line for the opener on Breeders' Cup Saturday. Last few horses making their positions into the starting gate. So far, Weekend has moved in with Rim Protector. Invigorated is in the gate, as is Barely Functional. Opening up the front of the gate for No Secret. In the meanwhile, Wendelson goes in. King Apollo steps up, goes in. They've got No Secret in the gate now. Here's Jewel Shillelagh. We Can coming up to the inside stall. Moving into line along with Stamp My Passport. Lahaina Flavor goes in. So just waiting for Canada Gate, who walks forward, and Tiz Quantum to the outside stall, and they're all in line. They're off and running on Breeders' Cup Saturday. And No Secret is sent out of there from the inside. King Apollo was away well. Jewel Shillelagh up and on the pace too. And Stamp My Passport came out running in 4th, just in behind them. Then Canada Gate, Invigorated, Barely Functional. Tiz Quantum is able to get to the inside from that far outside post and is 7 lengths behind as they race for that turn. At a break of 2. And they're followed by We Can to the inside. Barely Functional is right alongside. 2.5 lengths clear of Lahaina Flavor. And then comes Rim Protector and Wendelson. They went 23.85 for the first quarter. Up the backstretch they go. No Secret the leader. Jewel Shillelagh a half length behind. 2.5 to King Apollo and Stamp My Passport. Canada Gate has 5 lengths to make up. Traveling along in 5th, just ahead of Tiz Squantum. And right in behind them, Invigorated. Toward the inside, We Can is next. And then Barely Functional, who's got 10 lengths to make up. Lahaina Flavor right in behind him. And then a break of another 2 back to Rim Protector and Wendelson through a half in 47.56. Into the far turn, and Jewel Shillelagh turns up the heat on the outside and takes over the lead. Jewel Shillelagh now in front from No Secret. King Apollo is right there in contention too. Canada Gate going to come 4 wide for the stretch drive. And then comes Stamp My Passport. Invigorated on the far outside. Barely Functional trying to get going too. We Can right in behind horses as they arrive into the final 16th. Here comes Canada Gate. Canada Gate on the outside on the inside to Squantum, who continues to battle on and would not let Canada Gate by. Tiz Squantum over Canada Gate, and then came Invigorated and Barely Functional.
And boom goes the dynamite. Tiz Quantum off a year layoff for Kent DeSormo and Rolando Quinones, springing an improbable upset, 25-1 in race 9. It was a pickup mount for Hector Barrios, excuse me, not Kent DeSormo. Hector Barrios with the winning ride. What did we just see?
Yeah, the bombs away here for the opener here on Breeders' Cup Saturday. We'll take a look back at how this horse won, because it was kind of a cluster and a cavalry charge coming down the lane. I actually thought at one point the 6 was going to win, but here's where this horse comes from. And he managed to save ground mid-pack. You can see him. He's in the red blinkers, the blue silks with the red cap. And honestly, this was pretty impressive that Hector Barrios could clear from the outside post and manage to save ground going into the turn.
Yeah, Barrios is a very, very good rider riding this turf course. He learns to save ground post 14. And the last 2 starts for this horse have been in the San Diego behind Senor Buscador and in the Grade 1 Santa Anita handicap behind Stiletto Boy and Proxy. Prior to that, he won this condition, albeit on the dirt. So he was trying the grass for just the 3rd time today. He had already had a win on it and kind of came out of nowhere. The also eligible that draws in, that kind of gets forgotten about, 25-1. Good run from Canada Gate. I think he jumped back to that left lead, lost a little momentum late. But Hector Barrios getting Breeders' Cup Day 2 kicked off in a big way at 25-1.
14, 6, 7, 12, 2. The order of finish here. 25-1 on your winner, 9-2 on the runner-up, 9-2 on the 3rd place finisher, 50-1 on the horse in 4th, and 20-1 on the horse in 5th. And another winner by Constitution, who stands for $110,000 at WinStar Farm.
Yeah, and look, the 6 Canada Gate ran really well. I think he got a little bit tired because he did swap over those leads, and he had a wider trip than the 14 Tiz Quantum. But what a way to kick off this epic Saturday with a 25-1 shot.
Tiz Quantum, your winner of the opening race on Breeders' Cup Saturday.
Race 1 is official. There are no changes ahead of the upcoming 2nd race, the Grade 3 $200,000 guaranteed Bayakoa Stakes. Post time 10:40. And now, entering the winner's circle, number 14, Tis Quantum. He's a 7-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Constitution from Lady Michaela by Empire Maker, bred in Kentucky by Mike Anderson Racing. Winning owner is Rebecca Young. Rolando Quinones, the winning trainer. The winning jockey, Hector Barrios. As the official partner and official timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Longines is proud to time the iconic Longines Classic race. The Swiss watchmaker is looking forward to highlighting the official watch of the event, a new model from the Conquest collection that celebrates its 70th anniversary this year. This automatic watch combines sporty elegance with robustness for everyday use. Available in a range of sizes, colors, and materials, this timepiece effortlessly adapts to any occasion. FanDuel is proud to be the official wagering partner of the Breeders' Cup and the sponsor of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the PDJF. Watch racing year-round on FanDuel TV and wager on all the races with FanDuel Racing. Make every moment more with FanDuel.
There's never been a better time to download the FanDuel Racing app. Sign up is quick and easy, so come join the fun. Personalize your very own race page with new and exciting handicapping tools and insights. And watch your favorite races live from over 300 tracks worldwide, including FanDuel TV right on your phone. New customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $500. If your first bet doesn't win, don't sweat it. Get up to $500 back as a racing bonus. Download the FanDuel Racing app now.
You're seeing him on a skyrocket to success. He's really stamping his progeny, getting big, scopy, really good moving horses.
He moves your mares up so much. I think that reflects back in his versatility.
They do everything. They've got enough speed, and then they'll go 2 turns. They can sprint, they can route, they can run on the turf.
I think he excels at a mile on the dirt and beyond.
It's all culminated into when they show up here, we all want them.
When you're at the barn and you walk out of the office, you see a shed row full of Constitutions, it's always a good thing.
This is a Kentucky Thoroughbred. This is a Kentucky-built Powerfoil industrial fan. Like a Thoroughbred, it too delivers unrivaled performance. And while they both run with purpose and pride, this one also runs to keep your workforce feeling cool and comfortable. Powerfoil, our best-selling big fan hands down. BigFans.com. Comfort without compromise.
Surging to win the Coaching Club American Oaks. Forte to win the Breeders'
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November breeding stock sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
"21 minutes away from the Bayakoa Stakes as we have our first stakes race of the afternoon. There's a look. Richie Sambora, Terry Ahern, his agent there. And there's the white-haired man, Bob Baffert, who's had some success here. And he's saddling an extraordinarily talented and accomplished horse in Hope Road. Out of Marley's Freedom, who's a fantastic sprinter. Marley's Freedom never won at 2 turns. Hope Road did last time out, trying to carry that legacy even further than her mama.
Yeah, and it was one of her best races that we've seen. I mean, she was so impressive in the starts prior to that. But not only did she stretch out in distance last time out, Simon, she also faced much tougher competition in the Grade 3 Torrey Pines, and she nailed it.
Yeah, I mean, she won easy. Grand Slam Smile back in third, a very useful Cowbred, Nothing But Like You in second, but she won easy. I mean, she is clearly the filly to beat, but you know, the issue for her is a stablemate. As we always say, the only person that can beat Bob Baffert is Bob Baffert. Show card to the outside at 5-1 is going to be a major factor in here as well. I know probably some of those races weren't as strong, but Bob Baffert comes absolutely loaded here with those two.
What about Alpha Bella to her outside right now at 11-1?
Yeah, look, her last race, I think you can glean a little bit more from that than her other dirt races prior to that, and she had a horrible start last time out. I don't mind the cut back in distance for her either, from 1 1/16. So she, to me, is the biggest threat to the favorite right now.
Let's check in with Andy Biancone once again.
Michael Joyce, 1-5 on the number 3 Hope Road, but she certainly has a dominating presence in the paddock today. She was impressive in the Torrey Pines last time out. We know she likes the track. We know she's good off the layoff. Physically, she looks fit and well conditioned today, but there's a couple of horses in here that I want to key in underneath to make some better value of that 1-5 price. One of those horses being the number 5 Saddle Up Jessie. This filly is as consistent as they come, and condition-wise, she stacks up with the number 3 Hope Road. Her coat looks beautiful. She's dappled from head to toe, carrying her weight really well. And she's been working heads up with Post Time, who we're going to see later on today in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. So I think she's a talented filly, and I like with all the speed that's in here, she's going to be able to just kind of sit comfortably outside all that speed. And another filly who you have to include underneath, the number 2 Desert Dawn. She is just as consistent as they come. She seems to always hit the board, and she's another one who loves Del Mar. 7 starts here and has a very good record. 3rd start off the layoff as well, and she's another one who's holding her condition well and will be running from off the pace, so the race could definitely set up for her, Michelle.
Thanks, Andy. I'm walking right now with JJ Hernandez. He'll be aboard Hope Road. Now, you also rode the other Baffert horse that's in this race. Was this a I picked a horse, or was this an I was assigned a horse for here?
I think my agent picked this filly. I mean, she's improving every race. But you know what, Showcard, she's a really nice filly too, so I hope I picked the right one.
Hope Road coming out with several victories, including some here at Del Mar. How important is it to have a win?
It's really important. Always is really important to have a win, you know, and I love this filly. She's doing really good, and she won here already, so hopefully we can do that again.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Joaquin?
Here, trainer Brittany Russell, she has the 5 in Saddle Up Jessie. This horse has been here at Del Mar for quite some time with your Breeders' Cup horse Post Time as well. They worked together in their most recent work. How did this mare handle herself?
Yeah, she's a really good workhorse in the morning. She traveled well. She, showed up. She's trained great, and the work was good. So, she and Post Time work together at home actually quite often. So we knew they'd be a good set coming out here.
What is it about this mare where she's just so sturdy? 7 starts last year, 8 starts this year, and really no layoff lines. What is it about her?
she's hardy. You know, she's a good doing filly. You know, it's funny, actually, I heard Kenny McPeak say about Anna this week about how she's in the tub. This is that kind of filly, you know. She's just a good doing filly. She likes to train and she likes her job.
Appreciate it, Brittany. Good luck in here.
Thank you.
The Breeders' Cup, it's not just a championship day of racing, it's a championship weekend of partying. The post-time party, there's David Ngordo and Cherie DeVoe making their way in at the Grand Del Mar. One of the best events of the entire week. It was a who's who in the racing community, and fireworks were going off from start to finish.
They were. It was the Fairmont Grand Del Mar Hotel, about 5 to 6 miles from here. Great event that evening. Fortunately, I didn't have the pleasure of going.
Neither did I, but it looks great. Look at that, the paintings in the dark.
A veritable bevy of art and culture performance. It really was bringing the best. Oh, we've had an incident here where Show Card just went over in the paddock, and we will indeed have a late scratch there, as Show Card corralled by the groom, and there's just a moment there. And we see it's very common, but it happens very seldom, as we have such fantastic horsemen in this industry. But my goodness, a moment there where everyone held their breath, and it's just automatic. The horse probably, in an incident like that, can be no worse for the wear, but it's an automatic rule that if a horse goes over while getting saddled in the paddock, that they are withdrawn from the competition.
So she was acting up a little bit in the paddock a few moments ago, and now with her, something might have just spooked her a little bit more, Mike, and she just came over. But obviously the handler has her now, and she's going to be walking back into the stall. But as you said, since she did go over, that's an automatic scratch.
It's an automatic scratch in the state of California. I believe it's a universal rule now under the HISA regulations, but very unfortunate. And yes, we think of the connections of these horses as having unlimited chances in these races. We all know, though, that's far from true. And any scratch that happens on a day like this in a stakes race like the Bayakoa or any of the Breeders' Cup races, it's a punch in the gut, Andy. And you were there when it happened. Could you see exactly what caused her to go over?
Mike, it certainly is a punch in the gut, but thankfully she is okay. She just heard the speakers going, and obviously today is a day with a big crowd, a lot of energy, and some horses are going to be more sensitive to that than others. So Show Card did react to the speakers a little bit, and she kind of got loose from the handler and trotted down the saddling area, but thankfully was corralled safely. And as you can see, she's walking fine, but it is in her best interest today to not run.
So it's our fault. The speaker's a little too loud. Okay, let's bring it down a notch here in the paddock. Hopefully we can avoid that from happening again. But it's so disappointing, and I feel bad for Bob Baffert and Judd Mott and Flavian Pratt. They will have mounts the rest of the day, and they will have charges in other races. But you know, it is unfortunate, and every race is important for everyone involved. I mean, think of the groom involved with this horse. Think of the exercise rider, the valet, all of the people that play minor but such essential roles. I mean, this is their chance to win a stakes race as well. So very unfortunate circumstance with Show Card.
Yes, but luckily she's doing fine there in the paddock. They have taken the tack off of her, so she will remain here in the paddock as the field goes out. And now we can hear it officially announced here from Larry Comas.
So there we have it, the 7, a late scratch here, as we just saw the incident unfold. Now the favorite at 1-2 is Hope Road. Do you want to know the backstory with why Richie Sambora is showing up here today? So Hope Road is owned by the Cicero Farms. That's Ron and Barbara Perry. They actually purchased a guitar through a charity auction 10 years ago in 2014, a commemorative guitar that Richie, who is a Breeders' Cup ambassador for years. He's done the Sing with Bing and the Anthem, and he's done a lot of stuff for the sport. But that was the beginning of their connection with him. So he's become very good friends with them. When Marley's Freedom would run, we'd see Richie come to the races as well, and of course major events like the Derby and the Breeders' Cup. So he's become friends with them, but he's here today because there was another guitar auctioned off at the Derby, and they were delivering it today on FanDuel TV. I'll be interviewing him and we'll see it, but it's a specially made autographed guitar. It was an excellent thing. Let's go to Michelle Yu.
Well, Mike, you can see Showcard walking around there, no worse for the wear. Now, she was a little surprised after the incident happened. And if you watched her earlier on, she was a little jumpy about the speakers, but really what caused her to pull back was getting her bandages removed. She did come over with a pair of polo bandages, as well as those floppier bell boots, and she got one of them removed, and then when they went to pull the other one off, that's when she kind of sucked back, and at that point, she touched the wall, and it just kind of freaked her out, so that did cause her to tip over. But I know, Mike, it wasn't your dulcet tones.
No, and look, we have a speaker in the paddock year-round as well. I mean, it's not like it's only the Breeders' Cup that we do this. It's a normal part of it. But you know, these animals, like they're very observant. They're very smart. They're always checking things out, and you never know what it can be. Let's check in with Corey Nakatani, standing by with Joaquin Jaime.
Hey, Mike, thank you very much. Getting set here for the Bayakoa. Corey, odds on 1-5 favorite here on Hope Road. Let's start our conversation there. How's she looking the paddock for you, and how is she handling herself?
She looks outstanding. She's handling everything. There was a little commotion with the 7-horse in here, but I believe they scratched it. But at the end
she handled herself fine through all that commotion?
She handled herself fine. It didn't even turn a hair. She looks very good. And all these fillies in here look really good. These people are coming to play, and their fillies are looking great.
All right, so outside of her, outside of Hope Road, a 1-5, I know they all look good, as you just said. Pinpoint one other one. Who else?
The 5-horse looks, second best to me. And body-wise, she's composed. She hadn't turned a hair. Like I said, there was a little bit of commotion, so sometimes horses will get upset. But everybody's. I'm proud of all the horsemen. They got the horses spot on, looking good, and we're in for an exciting day of racing.
All right, Mike. So the odds-on favorite, Hope Road, 1-5 for Corey. But hey, saddle up Jesse right now for Brittany Russell, 9-1 as his second pick.
Thank you very much, you two, and Hope Road with a brilliant appearance. There is Saddle Up Jesse, though, the Brittany Russell charge with the Rat Ortiz up. Let's get back to the FanDuel TV studios with Caleb Keller.
All right, Mike, got a couple of really strong favorites here in this race. And if you look at the number 3, Hope Road. Okay, so Hope Road won last time and beat Nothing Like You by 5 lengths in the Torrey Pines. Well, Nothing Like You came back as the favorite in the Zenyatta, and the number 4, Alphabella, defeated her by 13 lengths. So I think we got 2 top-class fillies, but I think the gap is way too big here in this lineup. So how do we try to make a bet with, kind of a small field and some big favorites? I'm going to go for the old 4-3 straight. I'm going to take Alphabella, who has faced 2 Breeders' Cup horses recently, Sugarfish and Warlike Goddess, over the 3. The 3, I almost wonder if she's too fast. She's always going 45 and change. So I think that if you play the common opponent game, the 3 beat Nothing Like You by 5 lengths, and the 4 beat Nothing Like You by 13 lengths in the very next start. So I'm going to go for a $10 exacta here. Small field, maybe tough to seemingly turn a profit, but I'll go $10 straight here, 4 and 3 here, as we're making these bets at the FanDuel Racing app, and only a couple races away until the Breeders' Cup World Championships start. So with that, we go back down to Del Mar.
And they're coming out onto the racetrack for the Bayakoa Stakes as we have fillies and mares 3 and up going a mile on the main track for a cool $200,000. As they come out onto the track, we're going to take you through this field one by one. This is the start of the pick 4, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3 daily double, and super high 5 wagering also available. And 1-5, the current odds on Hope Road, who is on a 3-race tear since being transferred to the Bob Baffert barn this year. As they come onto the track, we'll see Son of a Hill lead the post parade for Phil D'Amato. Is trying the dirt for the first time in this country. Actually won a stakes race in Brazil on the dirt at 1 mile and 3/16.
She's never tried the dirt in the U.S., but some of her dirt races down in Brazil were very good. She's a big long shot at 21-1, and she's sent out by Phil D'Amato. Kazushi Kimura with the mount today.
Up next will be Desert Dawn. That's the 2 at 8-1 for Phil D'Amato. She was beaten 10 lengths in the aforementioned Zenyatta. She shortens back up just a touch to a flat mile here.
Hope Road, your 1-5 favorite, is next. She's undefeated in her past 3 starts, and she's been bet as the heavy favorite in those events, so you can understand why she is such a heavy favorite today. She comes out of an impressive victory last time out in the Grade 3 Torrey Pines.
And the dam was only beaten half a length into a 4th place finish in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint. Marley's Freedom, such a good race mare. She's sitting up there 1-5. The 4 Alpha Bella, been working well in the morning. Another one coming out of the Zenyatta for trainer John Sadler. She's by Justify out of a Singspiel mare, that kind of Justified turf pedigree cross that we're seeing with City of Troy later. They put her on the dirt last time out, and she ran a decent race, finishing second.
The 5 Saddle Up Jessie, she's been extremely consistent throughout her 20 races. I actually kind of like the cutback in distance. She's been going a mile and a 16th and farther, but the flat mile might really pick her up today.
And then 25-1 on the Michael McCarthy train, Victorious on the far outside now. Second off the left, was third in the Dark Mirage at Los Alamitos most recently.
And that is your field with the scratch of show card. Just 6 runners here in race number 2, the Bayakoa. Let's take a look at a pick 4 ticket. Gabby, how do we attack this?
So there are some favorites today, which I think you can fade, and then some other favorites that you have to lean on. And in this pick 4, I think you can lean on the number 3 Hope Road. She looks formidable here in the second race. In the third race, it's the grade 3 Goldikova. I thought that race was wide open. I used the 1 Aspen Grove, as well as the 2 Sacred Wish, and the 3 Fluffy Socks is going to be a long shot in there. And then the 2 towards the outside, the 9 and the 10. In the fourth race, and that kicks off our Breeders' Cup action, the filly and mare sprint going 7/8. I used the 4 Vava. She's my top pick, but Society, the 6, she could be the lone speed in there. And that takes us to the Breeders' Cup turf sprint. I'm not singling Cogburn today, although I do think he is the likeliest winner in that event. I want to back myself up with the 6 Star of Mystery, who had a brutal trip last time out, as well as the 10 Issy Vunga Vungu for trainer Graham Motion, who is making his second start in the States.
Love Star of Mystery. That trip was beyond horrendous.
Oh, it was bad.
I mean, that is as bad as a bad trip you could have.
As we are just 6 minutes away from race number 2, $500,000 in that pick 4 pool. There's a look at Alpha Bella. She is warming up nicely on the track. They're last seen in the Zenyatta, where she was second to Sugarfish. She had not the best of starts, too. It was a bad stumble out of the gate, and yet she still was in contention most of the way throughout.
Well, this is not what you want to happen with a speed horse, Simon. Stumbling out of the gate and then forced to kind of overcome that, rush up, make the lead, and then go on from there. She just got tired from what happened in the early stages. But when I look at her effort here, I thought it was good. I think the cutback is fine. But is she a better turf horse or a dirt horse? From a physical standpoint, she almost looks like a turf horse.
Yeah, she does. But her record on the dirt is good. She's been first or second in 3 out of 4 tries. And that effort there, like you said, at least she's got some tactical speed. But yeah, braking slow and rushing up never works.
And there's 9-2, the current odds on Alpha Bella. I'm just interested to see what she can do on the dirt. She's only run on the dirt 4 times. She was second in the Zenyatta. They really had an aggressive and ambitious turf campaign for her, but she was third in the Virginia Oaks. She won the La Prevoyante. She's been in some very good horse races against some very good horses. As we take a look at the selections here, unanimity once again. Everybody all over Hope Road, as you all should be.
Yes, I think it's, especially with the scratch, the 7 in here, I just think that she can be on the lead. If she doesn't make the lead, she doesn't have to be on the lead, as she proved last time out. That last race proved a lot of things to me. I think it proved her class. I think it proved that she can sit off the pace. She's not just kind of a runoff speed type of horse, and that she can go a distance of ground.
Yeah, I mean, she needed to sit off the pace. They went crazy the opening quarter last time at 21-3. Horse on the lead, absolutely run off. So it was a perfect setup. But yeah, I still think she's probably going to get the lead in here today. I just think she's the fastest animal in here.
I agree. I don't think that anybody can run with her.
Yeah.
I mean, Saddle Up Jessie, she's fast, but she's fast going a mile and a 16th or farther. And then the 4 Alpha Bella, I mean, she's been going, other than her last race, a mile and a half on the turf.
Right.
That just does not equate to a mile on the dirt.
Now, I talked to Ron Perry earlier this week as we were speaking about Hope Road. She's running on Breeders' Cup Saturday this year. The hope is she's running in the Breeders' Cup next year. She is that well bred. She has shown that much talent to this point. And we'll just see how she keeps progressing. But once again, I do want to give Bob Baffert, I think, the credit he never does get, in that people just talk about the highest level of success. But he gets there with these horses. Look what he's done with her. Maiden, non-1, grade 3, inching her up. Her progression, keeps going up incrementally. 84 buyer, 93 buyer, 97 buyer. He's so good at developing them and bringing them along. They don't make sudden jumps from a maiden event to winning a grade 1 by 100 lengths, right? Most of his horses that are very good, that reach the stakes ranks, he works them up the ladder. And I think people forget that he does that.
I think it's always the way to do it with horses, especially if, and even in her case, you know, she had a disappointing effort in the Del Mar debutante. You just want to try to take the path of less resistance just to develop their form, develop their confidence. And that's what we've seen with this filly in the last 3 starts.
Sometimes you can't do it sometimes with 2-year-olds. They break their maiden, you've got to go right in the stake. There's no way other than condition it. But as they get older, absolutely run up the condition ladder as far as you can go before you jump into stakes company.
As we are 2 minutes away here, there's a nice shot high above the track. You can see where they're going to be starting in just a moment when we come around the bend. Right in front of the grandstand. It's that traditional starting gate position that we have on opening day during the summer meet, when Trevor always says to the roar of the crowd, and they roll away from there. And it's a great spot. And you'll hear the roar of the crowd today as the crowd is not here in totality yet. It's an early start. It's a long day. But they are starting to flood in. You can see the marquee there that they've erected. The breakfast shows got you a little view of that with the breakfast at the Breeders' Cup. And that marquee was rocking every morning, and it is rocking this afternoon.
I had a walk around here yesterday. I will applaud the Breeders' Cup for capping the attendance. I think that's... You know, I really think that, because you can move around here. I mean, this place can hold 40,000, 45,000, but I mean, they are packed in like sardines. We've been there. They've done it the last 7 or 8 years on opening day here at Del Mar. I think one year we had 46,000, and it was just too much. So they've capped the attendance, and everyone can move around. It makes it a lot more enjoyable.
It was a great energy yesterday, great vibe, but as you said, you could still move around and enjoy your experience here. So it was a great day of racing yesterday as well. Looking forward to today. Mike, the way that you make money in here, I think I'm going to do an ice cold exacta.
Okay.
Yeah, 3-5 cold.
3-5.
Yeah,
trying to get a little return on that. So you're putting your confidence, and they're right there on the screen next to each other. Your confidence in Arado Ortiz and the Brittany Russell barn with Saddle Up Jessie.
Look, I think a 1 1/16 has been fine, but she's another one that loses steam at a 1 1/16 in the past couple of races. She's better. She should have probably won those last 2 races from her class lines. At one point in time, she finished against Raging Sea, Candied, Honor to Lady. All of those horses we're going to be seeing in the Distaff later today.
Yeah, those are very nice company lines she boasts here. As they go into the gates, we go to the voice of the Breeders' Cup, Larry Colness.
And here comes Saddle Up Jessie into the starting gate. Hope Road at odds of 1-5 takes her spot in line. The last one to load will be Victorious. Victorious goes in, and they're all in line. They're off in the Bayakoa. An awkward start for Desert Dawn. Hope Road came out very well and takes the lead immediately. Saddle Up Jessie's going to go with her, and these two are going quickly into that first turn. Alpha Bella's right between those two, so we've got 3 of them ganging up on the front end. Break of another 2 to Victorious, who's away running in 4th position. And then comes Son of Hill, second last early ahead of Desert Dawn, who did not have a good beginning. And she's 8 lengths behind the front running favorite Hope Road, who heads on to the backstretch in front by 3/4 of a length. Saddle Up Jessie second, 22.38 was a sharp opening quarter mile. Alpha Bella tracks the top 2, third on the inside, then Victorious, followed by Son of Hill, and Desert Dawn is still 7 lengths off of Hope Road and Juan Hernandez, who lead the pack up the backstretch in the Bayakoa. It is Hope Road in front, completing this first half mile into the far turn in 46.11 seconds. Saddle Up Jessie on the outside is second. Alpha Bella and Victorious just behind them with under 3 furlongs to go. And then Son of Hill, who's under pressure, so too Desert Dawn at the back of the pack. Hope Road throughout so far. Saddle Up Jesse continues to prompt in second as they come toward the top of the stretch. Alpha Bella's getting going now. She's one off the rail and now has moved up into second at the top of the lane. Hope Road and Alpha Bella. Desert Dawn has come from last into third. Hope Road down to the 16th pole. Alpha Bella, Desert Dawn's run a big one, then Son of Hill on the inside, but it's Hope Road. And Hope Road holds on to win from Alpha Bella, then Desert Dawn and Son of Hill.
Hope Road just a little too good for these. She was classy and dominant here in the Bayakoa.
She was. She took a little bit of pressure early. Didn't expect the 5 Saddle Up Jesse to roll with her early, but Hope Road, she managed to make the lead going into the first turn, and the race kind of just shaped up from there. This was a good trip for her.
Great ride. Good second quarter to slow it down. 22-3 to start the opening quarter. Good start for the 3. The 2 hopped in the air a little bit and was dead last down the backside. But here, take a look at Juan Hernandez here. He's just sitting patiently. He takes a peek to the left. He sees they're all piling up 3 deep there. He's like, let him go. And, of course, he's got the advantage on the inside there. Can float everybody out a little bit. That's legal. That's within the rules. He establishes the lead, and now he takes a hold. He gets it to breathe a little bit. That slower second quarter, and that showed the ability to finish at the end here because she got some challenges late.
Yeah, as long as she was able to get that little breather in between, I think that really was a difference maker coming down the lane. This was a huge effort by the 4 Alpha Bella as well, because she kind of had to chase her the entire way. But what about the effort from Desert Dawn? I know she finished the distance 3rd, but she had a horrible break, and she was dead last early, and she managed to round out the trifecta today.
She could have been right there off that run line. I mean, she hopped at the start. You saw the ISO of it. Dead last. She made up ground. It's hard to make up ground going a mile on the dirt here at Del Mar.
So the way she ran that mile, is there more distance in her future, Simon?
I think so. I think there is. I think they can definitely stretch her out. And again, to your point of incremental tasks that she's been asked, maiden a other, the same with the distance, 6 to a mile. They could improve her and stretch her out a little further on. Of course, one Magic Filly who she beat in that maiden race, running in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint later on today.
Hope Road winning on Breeders' Cup Saturday. Another winner by Quality Road, who stands at Lane's End for $150,000. So Hope Road wins on Breeders' Cup Saturday this year. The hope is that this road will lead them to Breeders' Cup Saturday next year in a Breeders' Cup race proper.
Probably be the Distaff they'll be looking at. 365 days away.
3-4-2-1-6. Hope Road, your winner of the Bayakoa.
Race 2 is official. The upcoming 3rd race is the Grade 3 $300,000 guaranteed Goldikova Stakes. Scratch number 8, Nadette. Post time 11:15. Yeah, now entering the winner's circle is the official winner of today's Bayakoa Stakes, number 3, Hope Road. A 3-year-old bay filly by Quality Road from Marley's Freedom by Blame. Bred in Kentucky by Cicero Farms, LLC, the winning owners. Winning trainer is Bob Baffert. Juan Hernandez is the winning rider.
If you're curious about if you're curious about what a horse potentially might go off at, you can use the doubles and the
Good luck to all those running in the Big Ass Fans Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Big Ass Fans has been serving the equine industry for more than 2 decades to keep both horses and humans safer, healthier, and more productive. Visit bigassfans.com to learn more about how custom comfort solutions can transform your space today. It takes hard work, experience, and commitment to get here. These are the qualities that define champions and the qualities that define John Deere. This year, John Deere is the proud sponsor of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf and the official equipment supplier of the Breeders' Cup World Championships. The San Diego Tourism Authority welcomes you to the Breeders' Cup World Championship. After an unforgettable day at the Del Mar Thoroughbred Club, experience the finest San Diego has to offer. 70 miles of scenic coastline, a dynamic culinary scene, and world-class experiences. Discover more at sandiego.org.
Seems I can live a day without you, baby. This sick addiction makes me crazy. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. And I'm ready to ba, 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 ba.
Elegance is an attitude.
There has never been a better time to download the FanDuel Racing app. What are you waiting for? Sign up is quick and easy. There are 0 deposit fees and withdrawals come super fast. Easily track your wagers, rapidly build new tickets, and quickly view potential payouts with FanDuel's My Bets experience. New customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $500. If your first bet doesn't win, don't sweat it. Get up to $500 back as a racing bonus. Download now.
This is a Kentucky Thoroughbred. This is a Kentucky-built powerfoil industrial fan. Like a Thoroughbred, it too delivers unrivaled performance. And while they both run with purpose and pride, this one also runs to keep your workforce feeling cool and comfortable. Powerfoil, our best-selling big fan hands down. BigFans.com. Comfort without compromise.
2010 will forever be remembered as the Breeders' Cup where the great Zenyatta tasted her only defeat. But there was a race earlier on that day that deserves to be so much more than a footnote, however dramatic the conclusion of that extraordinary evening under the lights at Churchill Downs. And that was because the wonderful French mare, Goldikova, made it a three-peat in the Breeders' Cup Mile. For me, the mile is the most difficult race to win from a tactical standpoint. You need everything to slot just right for you, or you need to be an exceptional talent, an exceptional athlete. Goldikova was just that. She won 14 Group or Grade 1 races, a modern-day record.
And away they go to another perfect start. Goldikova not quick into stride, though. She's dropping in mid-pack.
She wasn't any better the time she rocked up for her third victory, but she had to show great versatility because she was trapped wide early in the race. She got no cover, the kind of cover you need in a mile race. She was maybe 4, 5, 6 deep going into the first bend, but fortunately the pace picked up a little bit, and then she was able to sit and bide her time. And when she hit the lane, she still had length to make up, and Pellier was barely moving. He just nudged the reins at her, and off she took.
But Goldikova's catching with each and every stride. Are we to see history this afternoon? Here's Paco Boy late, but no, Goldikova, a true champion. 3 Breeders' Cup wins.
She was very special. She was ideally made for the demands of the race. She ought never to be forgotten. And in a year where we thought the real queen would be Zenyatta, in fact, it proved to be Goldikova.
She was so brilliant when she was on the racetrack. Goldikova, 3 straight Breeders' Cup Mile victories in 2008, 2009, and 2010, and would eventually go into America's Hall of Fame, Racing Hall of Fame in 2017. We are getting set for the Goldikova Stakes here at Del Mar on Breeders' Cup Saturday. Fillies and mares 3 and up, going 8 furlongs on the turf here with the Hall of Famer Corey Nakatani down in the paddock. Let's start with our favorite, the 3 Fluffy Socks, coming off a 3rd place finish, but she's a mare that doesn't have much speed in here.
Well, she's got a little bit behind her because she is a closer in the race. But you know, you can never throw out the European horses in this type of setting. That they've got a good turn of foot, which is what you need, and they got tactical speed. So when you look at these horses, you want to see who's traveled well. They look good, and then they're composed. And it's just a testament to the horsemen that are taking care of these horses.
Are you seeing that right now from the 2 making their U.S. debuts in here, the 9 and the 10?
That's correct.
Are they very composed right now?
Yes, they look very good. The 10's got a little bit sweaty, and then she seems like she's getting better now. But the 9 is really composed and looks very well. And like I said, it's their running style. They have to have that tactical speed, but at the end of the day, they have to have that turn of foot. So all these things got to fall into place when they travel such a long distance. That's what I'm saying is a testament to the horsemen that are taking care of them, the groom, the exercise riders, the assistant trainers. You know, they put these teams together to get to this point, World Championship racing. And when you come down to it, you look at them and how well they're taken care of and how well the horses have traveled. Like I said, it's a testament to the horsemen.
All right, just about 20 minutes away for the Goldikova Stakes that's coming up next. Right now, we send you to Andy B. and Cone.
George Weaver sends out the number 2, Sacred Wish. Not a ton of pace in here, George. Is that to her advantage?
I would think she'd be close. You know, we're either going to be on the pace or right in the pocket behind it. You know, she's a free running filly. I think she's better letting her stretch her legs and getting bottled up behind horses. So we anticipate getting good position.
I could not take my eyes off her. How ready do you think she is off that little layoff?
Oh, she's been doing good. She's doing fantastic, and she's had a great year so far. She's so deserving of one of these graded races. So we're hoping she gets it done today.
George, thank you so much and best of luck.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, on a day like today, it's fitting to honor Goldikova, one of the greatest race mares and one of the great stories in Breeders' Cup history. And Simon, this is an awfully nice field of fillies and mares lining up for the 1 mile test.
It is. I mean, we've got some strong European representation, some good domestic representation. So I think top to bottom, solid betting race. 8-5 now on Fluffy Socks. The 10-1 morning line was never in play. That was a little off, but 8-5.
I'm getting very good at this, at selecting the horse that ends up being the favorite that was big prices in the morning line.
Right.
Done it several days in a row. Fluffy Socks was very interesting if she were a little closer to her morning line odds, but at 8-5, you have some questions here, because is this the ideal spot for her?
Yeah, I mean, a flat mile, I think it is. I just think she's faced some tougher horses in her last 2 starts. I mean, third behind Gina Romantica. She raced against Moira, who's in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf later on. So class relief here, I think.
I did pick her as well. So I think that she may have the mover barrel, and once again, the betting public may be onto something. I just wish it wouldn't be when they were my top pick. That's all. 18 minutes to the third, the Goldikova, and we have the human side of things. We mentioned Goldikova as a great race mare, but a great female rider in Holly Doyle aboard the 9 Kathmandu, coming in for Brian Meehan. Let's learn more.
Yeah, winning your in-race is one of the highest levels in Britain and around the world. So obviously it's you know, a big day for the whole team really. And the week of York, there was quite a big draw by. So I remember on the day I, you know, walked the track and made sure that I picked my strip of ground to go up, and it paid off. We had a massive advantage.
Flash home, Bradsell in front, clinging on grimly, and Bradsell wins the non-thought.
And what a smile on the winning jockey, Holly Doyle.
Every track's different in England. We've got a big variation of, you know, undulating tracks as opposed to in America. So just things like, you know, checking the ground, checking the track. I do my form in the morning, and I treat everything in that regard the same, but obviously train in the morning after we've ridden out. And if I have a day where I've been up north or had to stay up and I haven't got access to like an ice bath and hot tub, I really do notice a huge difference. And it's just a routine now. It's an everyday thing. It's something that we don't think about, we just do it. So it's definitely not just a mental thing. It really makes a big difference. The Breeders' Cup is like their championship, isn't it? It's like our Royal Ascot, the Melbourne Cup and the Japan Cup. You know, the Breeders' Cup is the American version, and there's a huge hype. And you know, when you land in America, you can even tell in the airports that there's racing fans there straight away, and you don't get that in some countries. And yeah, I've had a few goes now. I haven't had a winner yet, so that is the dream. I remember last year I was unfortunately suspended, and I went with Tom anyway when he rode Big Evs.
Here's the wire, Big Evs! He did it today!
And I just got such a huge buzz off of watching him ride that winner, so I can only imagine, you know, reverse the roles, how it would feel to ride a Breeders' Cup winner.
Holly Doyle will be aboard Kathmandu for the first time. Kathmandu currently 6-1 on the board. Simon kind of gave up the gun at Goodwood last time out, but has shown those flashes of brilliance.
Yeah, it's certainly got the ability. I mean, she was second in the French 1000 Guineas. That form there would go a long way against this group. So Holly Doyle had a tremendous year. Over 125 domestic winners in the UK earlier this year.
She's on my ticket.
Yep.
Is she on your ticket, Todd?
Yes, I would have to say, yeah. The Goldikova is just about 14 minutes away. Watching the field since they arrived in the paddock, Andy Biancone. Andy, who looks best?
Todd, thank you. The price horse for me, and here is the number 2, Sacred Wish. This filly looks fantastic. I personally haven't seen her in quite some time, but she's really filled in and developed. And one thing that's to her major advantage in here is there's not a whole lot of pace. She gets Paco Lopez on board. You know he's going to sit a forward trip, and I think that should certainly help her out. But condition-wise, she looked excellent, and I am going to agree with the number 3, Fluffy Socks at 9-5 as well. Coming out of Grade 1 company, so as Simon said earlier, major class relief for her today. I'm a little worried with the pace scenario in here, but physically she looks excellent, holding her weight really well. Her coat is glowing, and she's got great enthusiasm in the paddock today.
And it all adds up to 9-5 as our current favorite, Fluffy Socks. What about the point that Andy said she's worried about the pace in here? Are you worried about that with Fluffy Socks?
I considered it, and I hoped that her class and her ability at the mile in general, and the fact that she likes this course and has proven over it, kind of outweighed those factors. But I think that the pace is a little soft. At this level, though, of competition, you feel like it's not as much the pace of the race as it is the ability of the horses.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's all to do with the class of the runners right here. She's 9-5 as we look at her in the paddock right now. I like the one Aspen Grove a little bit. I think the price is right at 5-1. She's cutting back to a mile here today, and I think that's one of the reasons I like her. I think it might set up for a little better. A filly that comes from off it just kind of grinds it out, but I think if the fractions are just a tad quicker in the early stages, I think she can finish. I like Aspen Grove in this spot.
And Kate and Aspen Grove was second to Hang the Moon last time out, whom we'll see later on in the Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf.
And I think that Simon's spot on with the distance being a factor, because at the 1.25 miles, I think she made that move that would have won the race if it were just a little bit shorter. Pace is going to change things a bit for her, but I think that third start back, she may be even a little sharper than she's been in some of her recent starts, too, in the early stages.
Simon, the information that we have in handicapping has changed, but so too is how we handicap. You used to handicap on a cocktail napkin. Now you can handicap on your phone. Handicap the races on your phone with Daily Racing Form. Daily Racing Form mobile pass performances are the gold standard for evaluating thoroughbred performances. Access now on drf.com. Amazing. Handicapping races on your phone with America's Turf Authority.
You can do a lot of things on your phone. That's just one of them. But you still use the napkin.
I do. Yeah, I prefer the paper. I get my paper edition of the Daily Racing Form, and I've been a Daily Racing Form guy since I first got involved in this sport, and to this day, the information is second to none. Call for riders up here in the Goldikova. That is Aspen Grove with Tyler Gaffleone aboard. The familiar Silks of Glen Hill Farm attract the price right now at 5-1, and Sacred Wish to follow. We heard about this horse from Andy Biancone in the paddock. A reminder of the wagering menu on this race: win, place, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, super high five wagering, and then horizontally speaking, daily double and a pick 3. Caleb Keller in the FanDuel TV studios to tell us how he might play this race.
All right, Todd, happy Breeders' Cup Saturday to you all, and we're going to build an exacta here in this very competitive race. And I'm going to start with the number 10, Rakia. If you look, this horse actually won the last 4 on good to firm. The 2 times that the 10 lost was on soft ground, and I'm a big fan of the sire Blue Point. So I'm going to start with LaFranc Frankie Dettori here with the 10, building this one in the first spot. I'm also loving what I'm hearing out of the paddock here on the 2. Always been a big fan of Sacred Wish. I'm agreeing there's not much pace, and we heard good things there from George Weaver. So 2 and 10 are going to be the keys on top. I'm going to build underneath the 1, Aspen Grove, and the 3, Fluffy Socks. They have a nice closing kick, but are also going to give a big head start to the front runners. And also I'm going to add the 9 there in second. So it's going to be 10 and 2 in the win spot, and then I'll add the 1, 3, and 9 there in second. And if we go that $2 base wager here for the exact, it's going to be $16 total. So 210 with 1, 2, 3, 9, and 10 here for this race, the Goldikova. And arguably the best turn of foot we've ever seen in the mile division was Goldikova herself. So with that, we're going to show you that we have this no sweat win bet here coming up for our potential new players and customers here on this Saturday at FanDuel Racing. Lots of promotions to be had here for this World Championship, and we're certainly happy to have you. And the next race, we'll start the Breeders' Cup World Championships with the filly and mare sprint. So with that, to Del Mar we go.
And it was Freddie Head who trained at Goldikova. I was hoping for that full circle moment as his son had Ramyatel, who was supposed to go in the FanDuel mile later on. Unfortunately, that horse had to scratch.
Yeah, not happening, unfortunately. That scratch, so he'll be back and hopefully compete on another day.
Let's meet our field as they come out for the Group 3 Goldikova Stakes presented by Yamava. And as they do come out, the first horse we're going to see in the post parade will be the 1, Aspen Grove. We talked about the second, to Hang the Moon, last time out. That was at 1.25 miles. Before that, Caton was a winner at Saratoga at 1.38 miles. So it begs the question, how do you feel about this horse at 1 mile?
Yeah, what is the ideal distance for her? She is by Justify out of a more than ready mare. So distance would be her friend, but she's got very good form. The 2 Sacred Wish I do like a lot, and was happy to hear Andy like the appearances of this very fast filly off a pair of second-place finishes, most recently second in the ladies' turf to a good horse in Walkathon at Kentucky Downs.
Fluffy Socks, you know what you get with her. She sits back, she comes with a run. That's why the wins are far between recently. She's only had 2 in the last year and a half, but she has some good performances. She's been facing tougher. Class Relief helps.
Augustin Stables, Muffy is next at 13-1. Nice winner of the Dance Smartly at Woodbine at almost 15-1 odds. I think she's got an outside shot, but she's one that I think is a little pace dependent because she definitely does her best running late.
The same can be said for the 5 Fuente Abahuna. I know 35-1, but I think the trip a little better today at a mile and a mile and eighth. Mile and eighth, she laid a little closer to the pace, couldn't finish. 2 starts back at a mile and a 16. She rallied behind Anisette, who's running later on in the filly and mare turf.
Omaha Girl is coming out of sprint races at Del Mar and Santa Anita. I think the extra distance is very interesting. It certainly puts her in the mix early.
Lucky Girl, 15-1. She's right at that morning line price with jockey Mike Smith aboard. He was second aboard in the John C. Maybe earlier this summer behind Hang the Moon, who's running in the filly and mare turf.
The 8 is scratched. The 9, Kathmandu, invades off of a disappointing effort in her most recent try, but that was back in July. She's had plenty of time to regroup with Holly Doyle getting the assignment.
And then Rakia to the outside at 6-1. She was a Group 3 winner, lost out, but via disqualification. She was put up via the stewards, and she gallops to post there without the pony.
25-1 on the 11, Uncorked, most recently 6th in the Maybe behind Hang the Moon and Lucky Girl. She would have to come up with her lifetime best, but she has been knocking on the door, and she does do well at the mile distance.
Our live post parade for the Grade 3 Goldikova. As the field goes out to warm up, we go out to Joaquin Jaime.
Here, trainer Brian Meehan, he has the 9, Kathmandu, who's going to be making her U.S. debut. The American handicappers were unfamiliar with her horse, but what kind of running style did she show over in Europe?
She was always pretty handy with the pace. Maybe made the running. She made the running in the French 1000 guineas and was just touched off that day. But, I'm expecting a strong pace here from the gate, certainly. And, that'll suit her. We'll go forward. We'll see what happens. She's very straightforward.
Very straightforward here for your filly making the U.S. debut. When did you decide to go ahead and pick this race out for her to make her U.S. debut in the Goldikova?
Yeah, this race, the Goldikova, was decided for her, I would say about 2 months ago, 2.5 months ago. She ran at Goodwood, and pretty much from there, the Goodwood Festival, and pretty much from there we decided this was her race. She had a break, and she's been prepared for it.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. Good luck to you and your team.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Jack Sisterson saddles the 1, Aspen Grove, and this filly's been more marathoning. Why the turn back in distance today?
I think Michelle, she's got more speed than people actually think. She's going to draw the 1. I assume Tyler will jump and go forward and, try and save ground around the first bend and see what happens after that.
I mean, that is really surprising. I wasn't picturing that at all from looking at the past performances. You've been thinking about this?
No, yeah, and like I said, in the training-wise, she's very forward in the training. She possesses speed in the morning, so I think she'll like the cut back to a mile.
Appreciate the time. Best of luck.
Thanks, Michelle.
Very good information there in that interview. Jack Sisterson basically pointing out they're probably going to try and take the field gate to wire.
Well, she looks speedy enough, and if she is able to put herself in the race a little bit more, she definitely has a big shot in here. She does have Sacred Wish right to her outside, though, and that can pose a real dilemma for Tyler Gaffleone as to whether you engage and get into a bit of a battle or whether you sit just off, but then if no one else challenges, then it makes it tougher.
Yeah, I mean, I think with Paco aboard the 2, I think we know what they're going to do, right? I mean, just send. So it all depends how Aspen Grove breaks, how she breaks out of the starting gate.
And Simon, you and Andy often handicap the same, and you have arrived on the same horse here, Aspen Grove. I guess the larger question is 5-1 a fair win price on your top pick?
Yeah, I'm already down.
On the day? Or you bet the horse. Okay, yeah. I got it.
Yeah,
okay.
very good.
All right. There's a long way to go, Simon. Don't despair.
No, I'm not. I'm in good shape.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Kate, I don't see your selection up there. Who do you like?
I like the 3 Fluffy Socks. favorite, not exciting. I'm following along with Gabby, but I also feel like she is the class of the race. I knew she wasn't going to be 10-1 on the morning line, but I did think that maybe she'd float up a little bit more than that. And it has been a little bit of a challenging Breeders' Cup thus far for many of the Chad Brown runners. I think today is a new day.
Simon, you never met a Maroon Passport you didn't like.
Right.
Why did you turn your back on the two horses who are making their U.S. debut here, the 9 Kathmandu and Rakia?
Well, I didn't totally turn my back. I mean, they factor in here just as a top selection. I went with, obviously, with Aspen Grove. Between the two, I'm more inclined to go with Rakia, the 10 to the outside, than the 9 Kathmandu. They're pretty close in betting. 6-1, 5-1. They ran against each other. There was not much between them, but I just think I like the way Rakia, I've seen a couple of her races, excuse me, on tape, and I like the way she travels. I think she's going to be well suited to American racing. And
then there's the 10 Rakia, who you're talking about. 4 wins out of 7 starts, but the earnings kind of put it all in perspective, about $139,000. So, again, consistent winner, but not at the highest of levels.
Right, that's true. I mean, a lot of those wins were early on in a career in minor races, maiden races, and novice stakes races. So, yeah, but, I mean, now's the time to break out, right?
The outside post position might be a little problematic. I thought it just kind of the way, without a lot of pace outside of the inside horses, it can sometimes make it a lot tougher for those outside posts like Rakia to be able to work out a trip.
Is Mufi being overlooked here? The 4, last time out, hard-fought victory in the Dance Smartly up at Woodbine. That was kind of a rough and tumble race up there with a number of horses in contention, and Mufi gutted out the win. But if you go back in her past performances, she was second to Ruby Nell, who is a horse for Dick Mandela, who likes to get way out on the lead. She ran a good second there. And also in that race was Nadette, who would have been a factor in here today if that horse had not scratched. Are you surprised at the price of the 4 Mufi at 12-1, or do you think it's just right?
I'm not surprised because I think she's a filly that often gets overlooked. And also her running style, which is usually to come from off the pace, presents its shares of obstacles. You need to get a little bit lucky. You need to have a little bit of pace to run down. But that said, I think I've always believed she was a really talented filly, capable of competing at a high level, and she beat nice horses last time out with not the easiest of trips. She got fanned wide a little bit. She had to make some moves. She's won 6 of 14 starts lifetime, so she's a horse who knows how to win. I like her. I guess I prefer the favorite a little bit more, but I definitely would use her.
Her last 12 starts, Todd, she's been off. She's finished outside of the top 4 3 times. One of them was at Kentucky Downs. You can always give an excuse for that. The other one was on a yielding turf course at Churchill. She didn't like the ground. And then the other one, the third one, was off a year-and-a-half layoff on the dirt at Churchill. She is a model of consistency. You can talk away her bad performances with legitimate excuses. I love the price on the 4.
You've heard our opinion. Most important opinion is yours. You should be playing it right now wherever you are playing this Breeders' Cup Saturday. The field is about to make the turn. It is a short walk to the starting gate to go a mile over the firm Jimmy Durante turf course. Simon, did we learn anything from the turf races yesterday on Future Stars Friday about how the turf course may be playing?
I think you come from off of it. I mean, right, we saw some great rides yesterday. What about Lake Victoria?
Yeah.
That was a tremendous ride that Ryan Moore put on that horse. I think it's a fair turf course.
I think Magnum Forest, the ride there, was remarkable.
That horse was almost last, right?
Yeah, and look, when you take a look at the rider, there's not a large sampling. He hadn't been able to go 5 furlongs in the turf at Del Mar before. He just figured it out along the way.
For what it's worth, it looked as if the 2 Sacred Wish was getting just a little bit warmer than some of the other horses in there. I consider that a little bit of a negative.
Right. For what it's worth, we got to get Gabby Gaudet some Clarendon. All right, they have reached the starting gate here for the Goldikova. Let's go up to Larry Colmus, the voice of the Breeders' Cup.
Field has reached the gate for the Goldikova, and they are moving into line. Aspen Grove takes their spot in the starting gate from the inside. Here's Omaha Girl. Sacred Wish has moved in. Lucky Girl into the gate. Here's Fluffy Socks and Mufi. Fuente Ovahuna coming up to her spot in line. Rakia, the next one. And just one left to load here. It's Uncorked. Antonio Fresu. They are coming up to the outside stall to complete the line. And all in line, ready for the start. They're off in the Goldikova. Good start for Sacred Wish on the inside. Farther out, here's Omaha Girl up to grab the lead with Rakia going with her. And behind them, Kathmandu sits back and runs along in third. Sacred Wish came out well and is back running in fourth just to the inside of Uncorked as the field races for that first turn. And then it's Mufi Aspen Grove to the inside. Right alongside of her is Fuente Ovahuna. And then Fluffy Socks, and the trailer is Lucky Girl. The opening quarter mile, 23:04 as they head to the backstretch. Rakia is making the pace, and Kathmandu is a length behind, running in second. Behind them, Omaha Girl is tucked in third to the inside. Uncorked tracks in fourth and is now moving up a spot into third, while well in hand, Fuente Ovahuna's next on the outside. Then it's Sacred Wish in between horses. Mufi down toward the rail. Fluffy Socks, followed by Aspen Grove and Lucky Girl. Then it went 48.38 for a half mile. Rakia on top as the field heads for the far turn. Kathmandu, 3/4 of a length behind, running along in second here from Omaha Girl in third. Then Uncorked on the outside. Fuente Ovahuna moves up alongside of Sacred Wish, who needs some running room. Saving ground is Mufi. Fluffy Socks is going to come wide, and they're into the stretch. And it is Kathmandu outside of Rakia. Rakia still on top and kicks away. Kathmandu gives way. Here's Uncorked moving quickly on the outside, but Rakia's got plenty left. Rakia Uncorked down to the wire. Rakia from Uncorked, and then came Sacred Wish in third.
Well, this was astonishing rider tactics here. Out of the gate, Paco Lopez, as you thought, Sacred Wish breaks on top. He's fine conceding the lead to Frankie Dettori, and Frankie Dettori makes them pay. Look at these fractions. Opening quarter mile, 23, half 48-1. After that second quarter mile, this game was essentially over.
Not every day that you see the European horses coming in running 1-2 in a turf race like this, but that's exactly what happened as Rakia and Frankie Dettori kind of just take advantage of the situation.
Put on a clinic here, Dettori. Look at the ISO replay here. It's not like he had to ask Rakia to get there. I mentioned out of the two, who would we like? We prefer, looked at these races. This filly travels very, very well in her races in Europe, and she assumed the lead under no duress at all. 23 flat the opening quarter, then 48 and change. Frankie Dettori, look at him. Feet in the dash. He slows it down. He backs it up down the backside, giving traffic problems to the likes of Mufi down on the rail, the one Aspen Grove getting shuffled back. Now he takes a peek back right here, and you knew the race was over. He had everyone measured behind him. He kind of slipped off the turn, and it was game over. She bounced over this turf course.
Frankie Dettori considering retirement, and then regrouped and decided to come back for another year, and in fantastic form. One of the best we've ever seen here at the Breeders' Cup, one of the best we've ever seen anywhere in the sport, and putting those skills on display, going gate to wire with Rakia in the Grade 3 Goldikova. When we return on the Players Show, it's the opening ceremonies, 9 consecutive championship races on this Breeders' Cup Saturday coming up.
On behalf of Prevagen, we'd like to thank you for choosing to make memories with us today. Used by millions, Prevagen is an over-the-counter brain health supplement that focuses on improving certain aspects of cognitive function. Improve your memory with Prevagen. FanDuel is proud to be the official wagering partner of the Breeders' Cup and the sponsor of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the PDJF. Watch racing year-round on FanDuel TV and wager on all the races with FanDuel Racing. Make every moment more with FanDuel. With NetJets, your private aviation experience is precisely that, yours. Every aspect of your imagination is anticipated, and each detail of your journey is artfully curated, all while NetJets prioritizes your safety and comfort. The result? absolute peace of mind and luxury. Your moments become even more remarkable as soon as you step aboard. Find your ideal travel solution at netjets.com. Race 3 is official. The upcoming fourth race is the 18th running of the Grade 1 $1 million guaranteed PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Scratch number 5, Pandora's Gift. Post time at 12 noon. Yeah, now in the winner's circle is the official winner of today's Grade 3 Goldikova Stakes, number 10, Rakia, the 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Blue Point from Riom by Densilli. She was bred in Ireland by Shadwell Estate Company Limited and is owned by Shadwell Stable. Winning trainer is Owen Burrows. Frankie Dettori is the winning jockey. And ladies and gentlemen, we draw your attention to the winner's circle where Vinnie Avon, manager, marketing sponsorships for Yamava Resort and Casino, is here with us to present the trophy to the winner of today's Yamava Goldikova Stakes, Rakia. That's Vinnie Avon from Yamava Resort and Casino in the winner's circle for today's Yamava Goldikova Stakes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Del Mar for the 41st running of the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Today's lineup will feature 9 championship races, including the $7 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. This 2-day world-class competition is made possible through the support of Breeders' Cup nominators, participating horsemen, and corporate partners, including top-level partners Longines, FanDuel, Big Ass Fans, Cy Games, John Deere, Maker's Mark, NetJets, PNC Bank, and Prevagen. On behalf of the Breeders' Cup and its fans, we thank the thoroughbred industry and sponsor partners for their loyal support.
Today's not just any Saturday, not just any race day.
Can he come back and do it again? He's never attempted.
It means more.
So who are we all picking?
It feels bigger, bolder. It sounds louder and moves faster. It's where the world's greatest take their places for one thing, a world championship. Welcome to Del Mar and the 41st running of the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Today, 9 world champions will be crowned, including a new $7 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Greatness from all over the world is here. Here with a dream. Here to chase history. Here to take off and never look back. Welcome to Championship Saturday.
At this time, we ask you to please rise, if able, for the presentation of our national colors and remain standing for our national anthem. Our national colors are being presented today by the United States Marine Corps Mounted Color Guard in honor of America's warhorse, Sergeant Reckless. During the national anthem, the American flag will be unfurled on the main track by representatives of the U.S. Navy, Torrey Pines High School, and the Rotary Club of Del Mar. And now, to honor America with the singing of our national anthem, please welcome gospel singer Keith Williams, Jr.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets were close. Bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner and wave for the land of the free.
That concludes the opening ceremonies for the 2024 Breeders' Cup World Championships. Get ready for an action-packed day of championship racing, and good luck.
Upsets were the story in both editions of the $1 million PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint at Del Mar. Starting with Bar of Gold in 2017 at odds of 66 to 1. In 2021, the odds were not as high on Cece, but she was definitely a surprise, given the presence of heavily favored and defending champion Gamine. Last year, Goodnight Olive joined Groupie Doll as the only back-to-back winners of this race, and she did it in dominating fashion. This is the $1 million PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint.
A division that all year long at horse racing has taken turns with someone rising to the top and then another moving forward race to race. And now they're going to decide it here at the Breeders' Cup, the first of 9 consecutive championship races on this Breeders' Cup Saturday. Welcome to the Breeders' Cup Players Show on our set just off the paddock. I'm Todd Schrupp. Very pleased to be with Caton Bradar and Simon Bray. So really, there hasn't been anyone who's strung together a bunch of wins in here. I guess Ways and Means has come the closest, but she's a 3-year-old filly taking on her elder counterparts. It has the makings of a wide open edition coming in.
I certainly felt that this was one of those races in which you had to spread if you wanted to have hope going forward in any of the multi-race sequences. This one, of course, kicking off the pick 5. But some extraordinary performances by several different horses in this race.
That's the thing, the key point Caton brings up. You know, a lot of these horses obviously are coming in good form. We're talking at the World Championship level. But you've got horses coming in here with blowout wins, 5-length wins, 2-length wins. Scylla, who was a decent second off a quick turnaround, very atypical for trainer Bill Maher. I think rebounds here with the extended layoff coming in. You got one Magic Filly, who's the young, improving filly, 3-year-old that's done nothing wrong out here on the West Coast. This is a tough race, top to bottom.
Well, let's talk about Scylla, a horse that earlier at the beginning of the day, Simon, you were kind of previewing. You liked in this race. You liked this horse coming back to one turn. They had put her on the track to try and give her a chance around 2 turns. She hasn't really been in a lot of one-turn races up until this point at the highest levels, but this is definitely her game, these one-turn extended sprints. Let's go a little bit further into this with DRF formulators. Scylla's Dam, close hatches, earned $2.7 million, was a multiple Grade 1 winner, and was second in the 2013 Breeders' Cup Distaff.
Yeah, I mean, look, her one-turn races, I think, are her best races, going all the way back, obviously, to a maiden victory. But the thing I like about, she came out here in the Clement Hirsch. She was just second best that day to Adair Manor, who was at the head of the division at that point before she unfortunately retired. What I liked about her, she turned around, shipped all the way back to Saratoga on 3 weeks rest, something you don't see very often out of that barn, and she put up a very solid second place finish. I think with those 2 races back-to-back, now the long layoff coming in, I think she comes in as a really fresh, dangerous threat today.
Okay, this is the effort before she went back to Saratoga around 1 turn. She was leading until the top of the stretch, and Adair Manor eventually got the best of her.
Well, I think important to note the distance of 1 1/16 miles here. Everything changes when you start talking sprint distances around 1 turn. And the way she finished tells you that she's a better horse, I think, at these shorter distances, as Simon alluded to. Although we haven't had that many opportunities to find out. She definitely ran a huge race in the Ballerina, and off the layoff, you would expect her to be able to duplicate, if not build on that. But I do think the pace is going to come into play here, Todd, because there are some very fast fillies.
When it comes to wins by jockeys at the Breeders' Cup, money won at the Breeders' Cup, Mike Smith is atop those standings. And here he is at the age of 59, about to get a leg up aboard Scylla for another opportunity at the Breeders' Cup. How does Mike Smith, at the age of 59, continue to ride at the highest levels? Here's how.
I do everything it takes to win a Breeders' Cup. It's keeping my body fine-tuned. You know, I put a lot of time, a lot of work in. This is many years that I've been doing this, and I know I put in the work. Now I need to go out there and just do what comes natural and then just go have fun. You know, I always visualize what I'm aiming for and what my goal is, and I start from day one till it gets to the Breeders' Cup. So by the time I get to these events, all the work is done. Wow, the Breeders' Cup is career changing. Everyone's watching. The eyes of the racing world are actually watching. I mean, I remember having the opportunity to win my first one back in the early 90s. A career booster, man. I mean, my career just shot up as soon as I was able to win one of those. There's a lot of pressure that comes along with getting the opportunity to ride a Breeders' Cup. You can let it speed things up really, really quick, which is very easy to do, or you could slow it down, and everything seems to slow down and get bigger and slower, and And if you can do that, it certainly helps. I heard Michael Jordan say one time that the bucket seems like a big old bucket. It's amazing getting to see the best of the best around the world from every country. With technology nowadays, it's certainly much easier. You can go back and watch horses all the way in Europe or the Middle East or Japan or Hong Kong, wherever they've been running. You can see their races, you can watch the replays. The competition is the best in the world, man. You got to be the best in the world on that day, on that given day. You need an extremely talented horse. You need a horse that has the right attitude. He's got to be able to take the pressure. There's a lot of people, there's a lot going on. You need a horse that's tactical, that's very athletic, that you can stop and start and get them going again really quick. The opportunities come for a fifth of a second, and if you're not in there, you're shut off. I've been blessed to have done it for quite a while now, so I've seen people before my generation who I believe were the best of the best, to these young riders now who are riding lights out. It's an honor to be in there.
All three of us have known Mike Smith when he had a full head of hair.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, look, he's always been a rider who's impressed, but you have to give such credit at the age of 59. He's older than Simon and I and you, and he's out there doing this.
He's actually a couple months younger than I am.
Oh, okay.
We
That
are
is very nice of you to
exactly
say.
the same age, and having been on the same path for so long, you know that it's taken a lot of preparation to be able to ride at the highest level and to maintain that physical acuity that he has right now, and he has been devoted to it for as long as I've known him.
Back in the day when I was in New York, I mean, I used to be at the gym. I used to see him all the time. I think what he's done as far was jockeys with fitness. Tiger Woods did with fitness with golf. It's kind of
great parallel.
Yeah, I mean, 40 years ago, jockeys didn't hit the gym.
And as we talked about, he leads and wins at the Breeders' Cup. He leads in money earned, and obviously the money has changed quite a bit over the years when he first started winning races here. Joaquin?
I'm joined by the Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, who has two horses in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint. We'll go ahead and start with Society. Steve, coming off a victory in the Bell Arena, how'd you evaluate her performance that day?
It was exactly what we're looking for. Very thankful to Peter Blum, put her back in training this year, to be here today and to perform at her best. Thought the Bell Arena was an indication of how great she can be at 7/8 of a mile. Conditions couldn't be any better for it. Just need a race of her life, get the reward she's in training for.
And then you have another one immediately to her outside, the 7-horse in Zeitlos. Is her closing kick getting even stronger now towards the tail end of her 4-year-old season?
Just another brilliant homebred. Curlin, daughter of Curlin for Stone Street. That's just a win machine and been getting better with age. Her TCA victory being her best to date.
Appreciate the time, Steve. 2 chances in here. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Joined right now by Mike Smith. And first of all, how old are you really?
58, not 59, but 58.
You guys are getting a little bit older than he is. What's it feel like to be here on yet another Breeders' Cup Day?
And getting the opportunity to ride for Judd Mott and Billy Mott, who I go way back with, for many years, had a lot of success with them. So we're really excited, not without a big chance, and we only got one shot, so we got to make it count.
You rode this filly last time she ran at Del Mar. She seemed to handle the track just fine that day.
I think that's a plus, that she's been over this surface before. I like the turning back from 2 turns to 1. Drew a really good post where you can just kind of keep marching forward with her, and we just got to be good enough to catch her.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Gabby?
Tyler, you've been aboard Society the last 5 starts. You've gotten a lot out of her. What's the key?
Just trying to get along with her. She's a natural free-running filly. The best thing for me to do is stay out of her way.
In terms of the speed, do you think any other horse in here is fast enough to go with her?
It all depends on the break. My filly is pretty alert out of there, so we'll just kind of play it off of that. We're drawn well, so see what we do.
Good luck.
Thanks so much.
About to get a call for riders up here in the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. As far as what's going on the tote board, our favorite is the 9. That is Ways and Means, the 3-year-old filly who took the test and is now coming in on a 3-race win streak. As part of the wagering menu, the pick 5 pool at $1.4 million already. Christina Blacker, her race lens angle is with Ways and Means. Trainer Chad Brown wins at 29% with fillies in graded stakes off 31 to 60 days rest. I wonder how many of those are turf graded stakes. Jockey and trainer combination wins at 30% in stakes races. So talking about Flavien Prat combining with Chad Brown.
She has been a win machine. Her last 3, each was better than the next. A test particularly impressive, although she definitely was not opposed to running on a muddy track where some of the others might have struggled a little bit, but I feel like she runs over whatever is underneath there, Simon.
Yeah, she's run on one on a fast track, a muddy track, and a sloppy track. So obviously this was against straight 3-year-olds. She then graduated against older horses in a slightly, an easier spot last time up, which set her perfectly for today. Chad Brown won this race twice, of course, with Goodnight Olive, so knows what it takes here. And, it's just, can she take that 3-year-old form and take it up against older horses?
And the other part to this, too, is, her biggest moments have been on off racetracks to date. So with the fast going here, does that mean she maintains that form? Does she regress a little bit? But she looks fantastic out in the paddock and getting close to a call for riders up here. We mentioned the pick 5 pool. Important to note that this pick 5 will end with the Classic. It's not the end of our card, as the Classic will be race number 8, and we've got 12 races overall, but this pick 5 will conclude with the biggest prize of the 2 days.
Also starts at pick 5 in the Classic.
That's
it's
right.
a pivotal race. Ends one, starts one.
And it's interesting to see the many ways you could structure tickets with the Classic being where it's at.
Gabby?
Todd, I had the opportunity to have a long conversation with Cherie DeVaux a few days ago about Vava, and I wanted to pick her brain about her performance in the ballerina last time out. And she kind of took me all the way back to when she ran at Charlestown. She said during that time she had been training at Saratoga, and she really hadn't been training that well, but they took a shot. They shipped her down to Charlestown, and she wound up winning the Charlestown Oaks. So in the back of her mind, she thought, well, maybe she doesn't really love the main track at Saratoga. Fast forward to the ballerina, she did not get over the surface whatsoever, in Cherie's opinion. So that is the excuse for her last race. Historically, she had never trained well over the track, and then in the afternoon in the ballerina, she didn't really perform at her best. That's what the key was for me picking her today, Todd, because I needed to hear an excuse, and that was the excuse last time out. Cherie said that she has thrived since then, and I can speak to that because she looks great in the paddock today.
Thank you very much, Gabby. And the pick 5 pool getting towards $1.5 million. Simon, you've been eyeing the field from our set, as we said, just off the paddock here. Any horses that have stood out to you?
Not really. They all, I mean, when we're dealing at this level, I'm looking for negatives. They're all positives. Here's Scylla coming right behind us right now. She looks tremendous, but they all make a fantastic appearance here in the paddock.
And Juddmonte has quite an entourage here to see Scylla run.
Yeah, the ownership group is here. They got Scylla, and of course they've got Pleasant as well for trainer Bob Baffert.
It's interesting because Ways and Means is outwardly posted the same as Scylla, and it shows you the difference that the post draw can make dependent on your style. I think for Scylla, it's a perfect post because she's a filly who doesn't have to put herself into the race early. So Mike Smith has many options as to what he can do off the break, whereas I kind of feel like it's a disadvantage for Ways and Means position where she is because she has a bit more tactical speed early. I don't know that she's fast enough to run with Society, but I think that it makes it harder for Pratt if indeed he decides he wants to go for her to get good position.
Joaquin?
Todd, we're back down in the paddock. I'm with the Hall of Famer Corey Nakatani, who has 10 Breeders' Cup wins throughout his Hall of Fame career as we get set for our very first Breeders' Cup race today. Corey, you got a good look at these fillies here for the Filly Mare Sprint. What do you see?
Well, Steve's horses look really good, the 6 and the 7, and it just brings back a lot of great memories of, the Breeders' Cup championships that we've won together, and his horses look spot on right now. Everybody here is looking really good, but those two right now are very composed, very well meant, it looks like. And
does their body language look different to you, considering Society is on edge? She's a speed horse, and Zeitlos usually comes from well off the pace.
Well, yeah. So he's got the best of both worlds because he's got one that's tackling speed, and especially here at Del Mar, you have to have that position. But, I mean, it brings back the memories of riding Lit the Justice in the sprint, right?
Right.
He was a dead closer in the race. So I know that they can close on this track. And all he's got to do is get the right trip. And I think both of his horses could be right there.
Well, Todd, Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen, he has 8 Breeders' Cup wins. He's never won the Filly Mares Sprint. He's got 2 chances here. The 6 Society, 3-1. Long Shot, the 7 Zeitlos, currently 15-1.
We invite you to let us know your opinion through social media as we go race to race on this championship day, the first of 9 consecutive Breeders' Cup Championship races here, the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Who do you like? Reach out to us on social media. We'll show you where we're at in the results of that poll so far. And right now, Ways and Means, by virtue of nearly 36% of the vote, has the lead here as who will win this race. But Society is close there at 30%. And you can take your phone and scan that QR code on the screen. It'll take you to FanDuel Racing, and you can participate in the poll. Who will win the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint? Let's go to the FanDuel TV studios in Los Angeles. Caleb Keller with some ideas on how to play this race.
Todd, my favorite pedigree bloodline to play at Del Mar is going to be the Candy Ride line. Candy Ride owns the mile and a quarter track record, even faster than Flightline, and his son Gunrunner won the Breeders' Cup Classic at Del Mar. These horses just ski over the top of Del Mar, and we have 2 Gunrunners that are super solid in this race. The number 4 Vava and the number 6 Society, as we're here at the FanDuel Racing app. And I'm going to go with the number 6 Society. This is a horse that's been pointing to this race all along. They had a 2-prep campaign, one at Churchill. They got a good race. And then the grade 1 Ballerina horse loves 7 furlongs, loves having Tyler Gaffleon, and I like how the horse actually won from second. This horse used to have runoff tendencies, but now has shown a rating ability if they don't find the lead. So 2 gun runners in the race, Vava and Society. I'm going to go with the number 6, Society. Has been pointed to this race all year. $10 to win and place. And Steve Asmussen, of course, won the Classic with Gunrunner, and now hoping to win another Breeders' Cup with his daughter in Society. So with that, tremendous renewal of this Filly and Mare Sprint. Todd, as we get it back to you.
Thank you, Caleb. And the moment we've been waiting for, a call for riders up. And Caton, look at that pool in the pick 5. We're not even through the post parade, and we're nearing $2 million. Got to take a play into this pick 5, and you've done so with a $90 play. Tell us how you constructed this ticket. Again, it's a 50-cent increment.
6s are wild, first of all. But
yeah, wow.
In this case, made some hard choices in the first 2 legs in this race. Didn't use Ways and Means. It was a tough call, but Vava and Society, the top choices for me. Then in the turf sprint, I went to the 2 Motorious with the home court advantage, as well as Star of Mystery, my top pick in there. 3-year-old fillies, both 3-year-olds and fillies have done very well in the past. The Distaff, I spread. I love Torpedo Anna just as much as everyone, but I think this is a trickier race. 1 Candied Torpedo Anna, as well as my top pick Raging Sea. In the turf, I'm going to spread 1, 2, 5, 6, and 11. Farbridge is interesting for the U.S. There is a bit of speed in that race, and I think it sets up for a closer. And then the Classic. Top pick for me is going to be Highland Falls, and I'm just hunting for a price there. I have a lot of respect for Fierceness as well as Arthur's Ride.
Let's meet our field for the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, starting with the 1 Frosted Dawn.
Go ahead.
Second time in the United States. Comes off of a kind of a tough race at Keeneland where she did not get out of the gate. She needs to break more sharply.
Here's One Magic Filly lightly race. She's got to improve. She's going up the class ladder. Is she improving at the right time?
Pleasant for Juddmont Farms, a homebred daughter of Munnings, rides a 2-race win streak, but separated by a lot of time. She won against Easier last out quite impressively.
First time she's able to string back-to-back races together. Vava, the 4, she's 7-2. She vied for favoritism about 10 minutes ago here in the early wagering. Irad Ortiz for Sherry DeVoe.
It's going to be my top pick. She looks super. Society, though, a daughter of Gunrunner, who won the Breeders' Cup Classic here at Del Mar. 8 for 14 races. Very well, fresh off the layoff for Steve Asmussen. She's the one to catch.
Yeah, Society going through here. The 7 Zeitlos for Steve Asmussen, been working well, brings in a 2-race win streak. And I mean, as consistent as you could get. 8 for 16 lifetime.
Perhaps one of the better closers in the field is the 8 Soul of an Angel for Safi Joseph. Drayden Van Dyke rode her to an easy victory in the Grade 3 Princess Rooney last out.
Ways and Means, the 9 we've touched on quite a lot here, and 2-1 now as your favorite, looking to make it 4 in a row here and give Chad Brown the 3rd victory in this race.
Heck of a price on the 10 Scylla for Juddmonte Farms. A couple of second-place finishes, including a second to Society in the Ballerina. Look for her to take another step forward for Hall of Famer Bill Mott.
And that is the field of 9 that will contest the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. The wagering menu, wherever you're playing this Breeders' Cup Saturday, win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, super high five wagering, and then horizontally speaking, daily double, pick 3, and it starts out a middle pick 5, all Breeders' Cup races from here on out. And Kate and Bradar has put together a $90 play into this pick 5 pool, which is about to go past $2 million. Vava has been excellent at Churchill Downs. As a matter of fact, on the undercard on Kentucky Derby Day this year, she took the Derby City Distaff and she won rather easily, post 10 and a field of 10 and drawing away.
It was pretty elementary and a very workmanlike performance that belied what she would do going forward off this race.
Yeah, nice performance. She beat Alva Star here. These not quite the same type of horses that she's facing today, but she proved she fits with these group off her effort last time out in the Ballerina. So I like the fact she's been freshened. She clearly loves the 7/8. This is an elite distance, a specialist trip. She's proven at it and is proven to be her best distance.
And currently up on the board at 7-2.
I'm just trying to figure out, I thought she might be the one to get the first jump if the speed starts to back up. But who runs with Society?
That's a good question. I mean, Ways and Means likes to be close. I think she could put a little bit of pressure in. And you got One Magic Filly who's very quick as well.
Society was a winner of the Ballerina last time out. You heard Steve Asmussen when interviewed before this race saying this is the type of performance she's capable of. And if she repeats this effort, do you think it's good enough? She did already beat some of the same horses she faces here today, but looking at the field in its entire context, does this effort win today?
I think if she duplicates it, I definitely think it's good enough to win here. I mean, she put distance between herself and Scylla as well as Vava, and I didn't really feel she gave anything up at the end.
She was 4th in this race last year. She's only had 2 races since then. They've been separated by layoff lines, I think by design. Obviously, the Ballerina into this race, you're seeing the case with the 4, 6, and 10. No other options to run, so they all come in fresh. So, yeah, I mean, I think if she repeats the Ballerina effort, that puts her real close.
Well, yeah, as you see right there, she was 4th in last year's edition of this race. But, Caden, she goes back to 2022 when she participated in the Breeders' Cup Distaff at Keeneland. But as you heard with Steve Asmussen, they have found her to be best around 1 turn, and now her championship moment is at hand. Also for Steve Asmussen is Zeitlos, and Zeitlos right now being overlooked at 16-1. Is that a mistake?
It's an awfully strong 1-2 punch, isn't it? With Society able to lead the way early, and if challenged and weakened up at all, Zeitlos poised to pounce late. I thought she had to work pretty hard, but once she got clear of horses in the TCA at Keeneland, she got to rolling. I'm very curious to see her at the 7 furlong distance because it's not always equivalent going from 3/4 of a mile to 7 furlongs, even though you would think it would be, especially for a horse with her style. It doesn't always work out that way.
And she's not proven in Grade 1 company yet, Todd. She has to prove that she belongs with these type of horses.
Well, again, if you look at the group overall, this might be the right spot. Obviously, you know, this is the year-end championship race. Zeitlos taking the Thoroughbred Club of America last time out at Keeneland. It was an ideal trip, but she did draw away clear in that 6 furlong race to finish up the 6 furlongs in 109 and 2. But today being dismissed because of what Simon just mentioned, not any Grade 1 experience before today. But as we said, it's a wide open division, so why not take a shot? And Steve Asmussen doing that. And he also has right now the second choice in Society up on the board at 5-2. Caden, in these sprint races on the Breeders' Cup, we talk so much about California's speed, but yet California is being ignored in here. One Magic Filly comes in having won 3 races in a row, and then there is Pleasant for trainer Bob Baffert, who has won back-to-back races. And while we're talking about Juddmonte having a big chance with Scylla, well, they also have Pleasant in this race.
Well, she is going to be in the mix early, I think. The question is whether she has the class to continue on with Society or any of the others from the midpoint home. This was considerably easier competition. Now, she looked good doing it, for sure, at 6.5 furlongs over at Santa Anita, and she's run very well here at Del Mar, so I have no doubt that she'll handle the track. I guess my question is whether she handles the class.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, we're talking about Zeitlos not competing in Grade 1 company. Pleasant has...
I mean, we're talking about Zeitlos, right?
Right.
Like, we're talking about Zeitlos. All right, go ahead.
We're talking about Zeitlos.
Yes.
Right. Having not won in Grade 1 company. What about Pleasant? She hasn't even competed in stakes company yet. I mean, she's coming out of allowance company. Her wins have been dominating. This is the right spot to take. But that's why you get a big price on her.
Well, her loss was to Clearly Unhinged. I thought that was a pretty good loss, if you want to say it. I mean, her only loss.
But that was back in June of 23 with a layoff line on
She's been a project. We just saw a horse win off a year-long layoff, granted on the undercard. But it does happen occasionally, and it is Bob Baffert. You're getting 15 to 1
that's
here.
That's the thing. You're getting the price at 15 to 1.
I mean, Juddmont's got 2 chances here, and both of them are amazing prices. Amazing is this pick 5 pool. We're now approaching $2.2 million. Again, it is the middle pick 5 here on Breeders' Cup Championship Day. All of them Breeders' Cup races. And remember, this pick 5 will end with the $7 million Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. There's a look at the 8th Soul of an Angel. This is, you know, when we're talking about jockey stories and trying to figure out what age Mike Smith is and various reports, Drayden Van Dyke coming back to California, this is a remarkable story, Simon.
It is a remarkable story. I mean, this was a guy that several summers ago won 6 races in one day here and was dominating the jockey standings. And then for one reason or another, the business just dropped off and it was non-existent. So he relocated to South Florida, hooked up with Safi Joseph, and now he finds himself back here on the Breeders' Cup stage with Soul of an Angel. If you look at her races, look at her last 2 one-turn races. 3-length win and a 4-length win in the Ruffian. This is where she belongs, around 1 turn.
And she really is the best closer in the field.
Yeah.
It's a matter of whether you can close in this type of a situation. But I feel if there's a horse that's under the radar and that you're going to get it's her.
It's her. Her form, she finished second behind Idiomatic, who would have been one of the top 2 choices in the Distaff if she hadn't scratched. She ran against Raging Sea at 1 1/8. It's clearly not her best trip. Like I said, 7/8 last out. And then back in May in the Ruffian, a 1-turn mile, 2 blowout wins.
And Kate, the race she comes out of, the Princess Rooney, has been downgraded over the years, but used to be a Grade 1 sprint and is a perfect prep into a spot like this at the 7 furlong distance.
She also didn't get out of the gate that cleanly in the Princess Rooney. I think she's capable of sitting a little closer than she did in there, which I think she may have to do with this group. But if she's just able to maintain a position that's just a tad more in touch with the field and they go fast early, I think she'll put in a good run.
Pick 5 pool now past $2.5 million. Get your plays in wherever you are playing this Breeders' Cup Championship Saturday. This pick 5, all Breeders' Cup races beginning here and concluding with the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic. In between, you have the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint along with the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff, and then the race right next to the Longines Breeders' Cup Classic will be the traditional spot for the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. All right, Simon, we see that you're going with Scylla. You've got to love this 6 to 1 price.
I love the price. I knew I was going to get it just because, you know, of her form last out. She didn't win. She finished second behind a horse that she's got to beat again today, but I love the price.
Kaiten, there's a look at your selection, the 4 Vava.
I'm very happy with 3 to 1. I thought she might get bet down a bit more than that. And as far as how she looks going to post, I can't find one that I feel looks better.
A live look at the field arriving at the starting gate here for the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. And the pick 5 pool now well past $3 million. The money is going to come in $100,000 churns here as the field is about to load. Checking the odds, it is the 9 Ways and Means, top 3-year-old filly sprinter taking on older horses today. 2 to 1 favorite, then a couple of horses at 3 to 1. The 4 Vava and the 6 Society. Our first championship moment is at hand for the load and then the call of the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Here's Larry Colmus.
And the fillies and mares are beginning to load here as Breeders' Cup Saturday kicks off with the filly and mare sprint. Frost at Dawn has moved into line. Here's One Magic Filly taking her spot in the starting gate. Zeitlos steps forward. Here comes Pleasant. Soul of an Angel moving into line in the 7 furlong shoot. Vava. Here's Ways and Means just waiting for Scylla. Scylla and Mike Smith come up to the outside stall. They go in and they're all in line. They're off in the Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint. And Frost at Dawn was off to a slow beginning with Soul of an Angel. It will be Society to take the early lead. And Pleasant is away running in second. Scylla is right there outside. Then Ways and Means, One Magic Filly and Vava, Zeitlos, Frost at Dawn, and way behind is Soul of an Angel. Society leads the way up the backstretch. Pleasant on her inside, and they're stride for stride. And Mike Smith has Scylla right to their outside in third through a 21.94 opening quarter mile. The pace is solid. Then One Magic Filly on the inside of Ways and Means. Vava surrounded by Zeitlos and Frost at Dawn, 5 from the front. Soul of an Angel trails as Pleasant and Society go at it with 3 furlongs to go. They are stride for stride. Ways and Means now moves up alongside. Scylla's out there 4 wide. Zeitlos in behind horses, and now coming under a ride is One Magic Filly. Vava's got a lot of work to do. Soul of an Angel is passing horses on the far outside, and they're into the stretch. And here's Scylla. Scylla takes the lead on the outside. Pleasant goes with her. Ways and Means in Society. Soul of an Angel on the far outside, and One Magic Filly. Oh, it's wide open. They're coming down to the finish. Who's it going to be? It's Soul of an Angel in a huge upset in the filly and mare sprint.
What a moment for Drayden Van Dyke. He is back in Southern California. Even this jockey's colony will be happy for him. He comes up with an upset here at 19-1 with Safi Joseph Jr.
You got to go back to the start. This horse was being scrubbed on, detached from the field, outfooted early. We talked about this horse's record at 1 turn, 4-length blowout, 3-length blowout, and another phenomenal performance here from off the pace.
Okay, 19-1 upset by Soul of an Angel. They were flying early, Kate, and there were 4 horses across the track. Let's give you an overhead view of the start.
See, Frost at Dawn did not get away well at all and is toward the back of the pack, but otherwise everybody in the middle had a clean break. Society able to get to the lead, but the 8 Soul of an Angel has already dropped back completely out of the picture.
Dead last, being scrubbed along. That's what I was talking about.
I mean, how many lengths is that when you look on the left there on the pan
15 lengths?
15 lengths.
I'm guessing.
7 furlongs and 44-1 is where they picked it up, Kate, because it was really a tussle back and forth on the lead. The most amazing performance had to be that of the 3 Pleasant. She didn't break particularly sharp, rushed up, engaged Society in the speed duel, seemed to be done at the top of the stretch, and she came back and got in this photo for second.
Society as well, after carving out those fractions, seems to battle back through the stretch. But by the time they hit the 8th pole, there are several horses who have a shot here, with the pace setters not giving in that much. Simon, this race was won in the very, very last couple jumps.
5 of them across the course here as they turn for home, and here comes to the outside Soul of an Angel. Dead last, Drayden Van Dyke, clean path to the outside. And like we said, that turn of foot at 1 turn. I mean, this is a filly, or a mare, I should say. Can you imagine if her career been exclusively around 1 turn? She'd have probably a much better resume, but it doesn't matter with a victory in the Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint.
Well, look at that. It used to be winning the Princess Rooney would be a grade 1 win. Soul of an Angel, as pointed out by Kate and Bradar, second to Idiomatic, who would have been one of your favorites in this year's Distaff if not for her retirement. And cheers to the breeder. Westbrook Stables are 3 chimneys. Cheers to the breeder. It is Soul of an Angel, the dark bear brown mare by Atrides out of the Factor Bear Factor 1. and bred in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And the photo for second, it is Society, who just gets there over Pleasant. Your order of finish in the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, 8, 6, 3, 10, 9, 19 to 1. This is your second biggest price on the board. Over 7 to 2, over 14 to 1, over 5 to 1. Over 2 to 1. Amazingly, Soul of an Angel, she's a clear winner, but it's close for second here, and they had to put up the photo for a little while. The 6, Society, just gets there over Pleasant, but it will go down as our biggest upset so far of the 2 championship days of racing. Soul of an Angel, look at that, Drayden Van Dyke, just hands and heels, and again, been through so much, been very public about his struggles, and back here in Del Mar, this will be a very emotional moment for him, taking our first championship race. You're watching and listening to the Breeders' Cup Players Show on Breeders' Cup Saturday at Del Mar.
Race 4 is official. And now entering the winner circle, the official winner of today's PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, number 8, Soul of an Angel. She's a 5-year-old dark bay or brown mare by a Triades from Factor 1 by The Factor. She was bred in Kentucky by Westbrook Stables, LLC, and is owned by C2 Racing Stable, Agave Racing Stable, and Ken Reimer. Winning trainer is Safi Joseph, and the winning jockey, Drayden Van Dyke. Coming up next, today's 5th race is the 17th running of the Grade 1 $1 million Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Scratch the also eligibles 13 through 15. Post time 12:41. On behalf of Prevagen, we'd like to thank you for choosing to make memories with us today. Used by millions, Prevagen is an over-the-counter brain health supplement that focuses on improving certain aspects of cognitive function. Improve your memory with Prevagen. For the second year in a row, Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel was voted Best Casino Outside Vegas in the USA Today 10 Best Readers' Choice Awards. For more information about the casino, resort, or spa, visit yamava.com.
Then one magic filly on the inside of Ways and Means. Vava surrounded by Zyclos and Frosted Dawn, 5 from the front. Soul of an Angel trails as Pleasant and Society go at it with 3 furlongs to go. They are stride for stride. Ways and Means now moves up alongside. Silla's out there 4 wide. Zyclos in behind horses, and now coming under a ride is one magic filly. Vava's got a lot of work to do. Soul of an Angel is passing horses on the far outside, and they're into the stretch. And here's Scylla. Scylla takes the lead on the outside. Pleasant goes with her. Ways and Means in Society. Soul of an Angel on the far outside. And One Magic Filly. Oh, it's wide open. They're coming down to the finish. Who's it going to be? It's Soul of an Angel in a huge upset in the filly and mare sprint.
Yeah, you're right, Brittany. All smiles down here in the winner's circle after the running of the 2024 Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Delighted to welcome to the winner's circle NBA star Avery Johnson, Breeders' Cup ambassador, to present the beautiful trophy here to Mark and Clint Cornett and also to Mark Martinez from Agave Racing. Avery, I'll let you do the honors.
On behalf of the Breeders' Cup and the Breeders' Cup Ambassador Program, we just want to say congratulations. What an amazing race, and we all love an angel. Soul of an Angel. Congratulations.
Thank you, Avery. Mark Cornett, you've been this man, Safi Joseph's angel as well. You had to move your horse Wider Barrio before the Breeders' Cup Classic last year to another trainer. You said, this won't be the last horse I have with you, Safi, and here you are giving him his first Breeders' Cup win. Just talk me through your emotions now.
Boy, I'll tell you what, it's really rewarding to be able to do this, and it's a team effort here. Mark and I saw this filly run, and we wanted to cut her back. That was the whole plan the whole time, and Safi agreed, and he suggested we go into Princess Rooney, and it's turned out very well.
Tell me why you have such faith and have kept such faith in this man that's trying to hide over my right shoulder.
Well, I'll tell you what, Safi, I've had a lot of trainers over the years, and it's just so nice to be able to get accurate, reliable information, which helps, us manage the horse correctly.
And that's why you told me you're still in the pick 5.
Exactly, and I got the all button pushed to this race.
Good man. Soul of an Angel over everything else. Mark Martinez, Agave Racing. What kind of a day is this for your ownership group?
Well, brother, this is my first Breeders' Cup, and I'd like to thank Mark Cornett because he's the one that spotted the filly in the first place. I was just smart enough to jump on. Breeders' Cup has done an amazing job of pulling this week together. I'm super excited. I mean, I'm containing myself now, but wait till I get to the champagne room.
Mark Martinez, Mark Cornett. It's full marks for Soul of an Angel down here, and a first Breeders' Cup for Safi. Britt?
This
is a cowboy. Recognized around the world as a romantic symbol of the American West. But in Texas, this is a cowboy.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
In about $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
There has never been a better time to download the FanDuel Racing app. What are you waiting for? Sign up is quick and easy. There are 0 deposit fees and withdrawals come super fast. Easily track your wagers, rapidly build new tickets, and quickly view potential payouts with FanDuel's My Bets experience. New customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $500. If your first bet doesn't win, don't sweat it. Get up to $500 back as a racing bonus. Download now.
The $1 million Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint was first contested at Del Mar in 2017, and Stormy Liberal got up in the final stride to win the first of 2 in a row in this race. In 2020, Glass Slippers became the first European-based winner of the Turf Sprint, thanks to a bold late move by jockey Tom Eaves. And the return to Del Mar in 2021 gave trainer Wesley Ward his 6th Breeders' Cup win with favorite Golden Pal. This is the $1 million Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
You have come to the right place after an exciting finish in the PNC Bank Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. We take it up a notch and we take it onto the turf here in the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Welcome back to the Breeders' Cup Players Show. I'm Todd Schrupp alongside Caton Bradar, and we welcome back to the set Rishi Prasad. Rishi, good day yesterday for the Europeans in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. You tabbed the winner as well.
Yeah, that was everyone gets it right once in a while, so I enjoyed that. I'm hoping there'll be more European success today. So yesterday, when you asked how many you think we'd have, we started off at 4, so it ended up at 6. Who knows where we could end up by the close of play today.
Right now, America has the favorite Cogburn at 4-5, and with the trainer, Scott Hazelton.
Steve Asmuth with the heavy favorite. That is Cogburn in the Turf Sprint on Breeders' Cup Saturday. How's he done with this little bit of time between that very brilliant performance at Kentucky Downs, Steve?
He's a tremendous animal. He's been training beautifully. Extremely excited about this opportunity and expect him to run his race.
Is there a chance he could be better going 5 furlongs today?
Well, we would like to see the same Cogburn we've had from all 3 runs this year, and that should be enough.
Did you expect to have this kind of year that he's had?
Once we moved him over to the turf last year, obviously his win in the Troy last year showed what it was. Nice freshening. He came back a monster and just need to add to his resume today.
Good luck, Steve.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, to both of you, just when you think you've seen it all in the sport, you haven't. Cogburn did something at Saratoga that I never thought I'd see, a horse run 5.5 furlongs in under a minute, and then he backed it up with this effort at Kentucky Downs, Caden.
Yeah, and I think it's deceiving because he made it look very easy, but that is a taxing course, and it plays longer than whatever the distance is because of uphill and downhill aspects of the course. For him to finish the way he did is remarkable. I just pause a little bit, especially with a short price, in wondering if off of such powerful performances where he runs so fast every time, he can come back with one more.
Let's assume he does turn up and he delivers his absolute best. As Europeans, we have a pretty good idea of how good Cogburn is because, of course, the horse in second was Cardam. And Cardam is a dual winner of the Queen Elizabeth II Jubilee Stakes at Royal Ascot, which is no mean feat. And he's thumped Cardam at Kentucky Downs. So you know that he is a high-class sprinter. But I think this is going to be his toughest test to date because of the drop back and trip and some new players from Europe.
So I agree. No question, though. If he duplicates any of those efforts, especially the Kentucky Downs, he is going to win the race.
So who amongst the Europeans do you think could keep up with him in the early stages of this race?
Well, if he had a better draw, I'd be pretty confident that Bradsell would be able to lay up with him. Big Evs as well, similar sort of pace horses, but they're in an awkward spot. Obviously not that far away from Cogbert.
Let's go to Jess Stafford.
And Star of Mystery, William Buick, coming out of stall number 6, which I think is crucial for her. How crucial is it for her to have a good break?
Yeah, look, she's been breaking well over here in America, so hopefully she can continue that today. And look, there's obviously a lot of speed in the race. Hopefully we can just find ourselves somewhere in behind it.
She does have a lot of speed in that turn of foot, and that's her key attribute.
Exactly, yeah, exactly. So look, they're going to go fast, and hopefully we can get a good trip, and she can show a turn of foot in the straight.
All the best.
Thank you very much.
Kate, you and I were at Keeneland Racecourse when Star of Mystery was second in the Franklin, and it was a disastrous trip. This is the proverbial winning the gallop out.
She just didn't have the best of it at any stage. You can see in the early stages of the race, she wasn't comfortable. She wasn't able to settle into a nice pocket here and had to make some big adjustments. Then she gets a little racing room, and just when you think that she might be able to get up, she kind of has to make another adjustment again. I thought this was a winning effort that was hampered by the trip itself, and the fact that she was so far back on that course in particular, I think was a disadvantage as well. But she closes beautifully, and yes, just a couple of jumps past the wire, she wins quite easily. That's why I made her my top pick. I think that on this course, hopefully with just a little better break at the early stages, she can sit a little bit closer.
She was a star out in Dubai. I thought she would have been campaigned in Europe. I thought she would have been the ideal horse to go for the King's Stand Stakes earlier in the season, but they decided, Charlie Appleby, to put her amongst his team to head to America. She's done quite well, but I think she's probably better than she's even shown so far.
Rishi, what can you tell us about this horse from South Africa who has had one start here in the States?
Isivungu Vungu was considered by a lot of experts in South Africa to be one of their most consistent high-class sprinters for a long time. I was lucky enough to be in South Africa back in January when he was due to run on a big day, Met Day, at Kenilworth, and unfortunately going into the starting stalls, he charged it, damaged his shoulder really badly, and of course that put him on the sidelines. Thought that his career might have been in jeopardy, but obviously he's come back now with Graham Motion. Peter Muscat, who is the father of British jockey Danny Muscat, still heavily involved with this horse. High-class sprinter in South Africa, it's a different ball game here.
True rarity to have a South African champion here at the Breeders' Cup. Let's find out more about Isivungu Vungu.
Isivungu Vungu.
Isivungu Vungu.
Isivungu Vungu.
The horse's name, Bungu Bungu.
Isivungu Vungu rises to the occasion.
Isivungu Vungu, Afrikaans for storm, has thundered his way into multiple Grade 1 wins in his native South Africa under trainer Peter Muscat.
The winner is Isivungu Vungu.
He's taken a long time to actually grow up. As he's gone along, he's settled much better in himself. He's come of age now.
The team behind Isivungu Vungu set their sights on America and a chance to compete in the Breeders' Cup. But Isivungu Vungu's journey to the Fair Hill Training Center in Maryland was no easy task. A 13-year ban on the importation of South African horses was just lifted in March of this year, but the fear of African horse sickness creates a stringent travel process.
This is kind of a new one for me coming from South Africa. So they did 2 months quarantine in upstate New York.
The quarantine process was tough. They really don't do much with him. He's in his stall. They bring him out and walk him, once or twice a day, but that's about it. Fortunately, he's just a very classy horse. He was able to maintain himself really well throughout the whole process.
He come off of that quarantine, so the racing in him wasn't there yet. We started breezing him, and he really figured out, okay, I'm here to race again. I mean, he started coming alive, getting stronger, getting more alert.
When they come in overseas, they come in a little bit more reserved. And he's definitely gotten more confident, a little bit more friendly. We've all gotten to know each other a little better.
The second you meet him, you know he's special. You know he's a cool horse. His personality, and he's as classy as they come.
His first test on American soil would take place in September at Colonial Downs, and what would be a stepping stone to the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
Look, he's an exciting horse. He has a big following in South Africa. It's very hard to gauge what he's been running against compared to our horses, but he's trained very well.
I knew going into that week we were in really, really good shape. The trainer always asked the rider if they're fit enough, and I told Graham that day, I said, we got this horse fit enough.
Number 5, Izzy Vunga Vunga goes in. Izzy Vunga Vunga just in front. Izzy Vunga Vunga held on. Izzy Vunga Vunga, the South African Storm, lands here in Virginia.
And sure enough, I was right.
After his race, now he kind of knows he's the man and walks around with a bit of a swag to him.
Winning a Breeders' Cup race with a horse like Izzy would be the dream come true for riders, trainers, and owners. If everything comes together for us and it's our day, I mean, I'll take it and I'm going to enjoy it for the rest of my life.
This is a pretty special moment for the connections of the horse number 10, Izzy Vunga Vunga, all the way from South Africa. It's been a fabulous journey, and the members of the ownership group are with me now. I'd like to ask, how long has this plan been in the making to be standing here at the Breeders' Cup with your champion?
You'd say it's been 10 months in the making, but it's probably been about 25 years in the making. You know, we've been coming to the Breeders' Cup since 1997. But to have our first ever runner is quite a dream come true. But this horse has gone through a lot. He went through 2 months of quarantine. He had to go through things that most of these horses wouldn't have to experience. But he's come through it in flying colours, and this will be his second run, and we're hoping for a big performance.
He's obviously a champion in South Africa, but how much does he need to raise his game to show what he can do against a pretty fierce group of sprinters here?
Well, I think this is his biggest task. Obviously in South Africa he was the champion, but taking on these horses, I think only the race is going to tell.
Yeah, and Peter, we know that he's such a special horse for you. How proud are you to see all the connections here for you, but for South Africa, he's flying the flag high on the biggest world stage.
Yeah, it's just an amazing moment. I keep on having to pinch myself, to make myself believe it, but it's an honour, a privilege to be standing here with our boy competing on the world stage like this. He's a very tough horse, and although he's got to lift his game against a top field of sprinters, he's never let us down yet. So he's a very tough horse, and he'll be bringing his A game today.
Well, we wish you all the best. It's absolutely brilliant to have you here, and we hope we see plenty more South African runners in the years to come. All the best. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Archie Watson with Bradsell in here, all the way on the outside, I think is the big talk of it. Do you have a plan from that hole?
Look, I mean, he does jump very well and he travels very strongly, so I think the key obviously is Cogburn. He does always tend to lead, so we're just hoping that Cogburn gets across to the lead, and if he does, then we should be close enough on his outside, we hope, if we jump and get forward nicely, yeah.
What's the relationship with this colt and Holly Doyle?
Look, they've... I think Holly's ridden him on every start since his debut. She's just fantastic on him, and they've been a great partnership, yeah.
Good luck.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, thanks.
Charlie Appleby and Godolphin have Star of Mystery, the number 6. How would you sum up the year that she's had between Dubai and coming over here to the States?
She surpassed more than we expected, I have to say. She's a neat little filly, but she's got a big heart, and she progressed during the winter there in Dubai there, and obviously just getting touched off in the Alcourse was the highlight of her sort of winter campaign. She was then we had it earmarked to come over here and campaign her in America, and I thought she ran a very creditable race on her first start there at Saratoga, obviously finishing third in behind the favourite today. We all know we've got the favourite to beat, but she's a filly that then went out. We thought she deserved to gain some confidence from that, and so we popped her back out again at Saratoga, and she won very comfortably that day. And sort of then just missed an intended target because the weather conditions down there turned against us. So we shipped up to Keeneland, where again she just had that run there about 3 weeks ago there. Probably a little bit unlucky in running, but to be fair, I was still very happy with the race that she didn't have a hard race. But we got to run into her before coming here. So she comes here in good order. Look, she'd be a little dot amongst a lot of these big colts walking around, but like I say, she's got a big heart, and she'll give it a good go.
Just quickly, the less distance to work with, does that concern you?
Look, they're going to go pretty quick out on the lead. There's a lot of speed on the outside that want to get up and across, so there'll be speed on. If William can just sort of try and hold a pitch mid-div there somewhere, the one thing she will do, she'll come home strong anyway.
Good luck.
Thanks ever so much.
Scott, thanks a lot. We're back in our Los Angeles studios here for this Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, and Cogburn is going to stand at WinStar, and on the website it says Cogburn, the fastest horse in the world. I'm going to take Cogburn here on top in the exacta to go for the undefeated season, but underneath, I'm going to build in the inside three. The number 3, Arzak, I really like the new jockey here with Joel Rosario, was wide there at Keeneland. The number 2, Motorius, has never lost at Del Mar, has a big closing kick. And the number 1, Believing, is by Mamos, the sire that gave us Magnum Force, who won yesterday's juvenile turf there for the Breeders' Cup. So we're going to build a $10 exacta here. The number 9, Cogburn, on top with the 1, Believing, the 2, Motorius, and the 3, Arzak there underneath. So Todd, back to you for the post parade.
Thank you, Caleb. Cogburn remains an odds-on favorite here at 4-5. And Caton, there is a stat that a lot of people have been talking about, and that is horses who last raced at Kentucky Downs coming to the Breeders' Cup.
Well, in fairness, there haven't been that many horses that came to the Breeders' Cup up until the last couple of years. So I think if you look at it on the whole, it's definitely a record that needs to be thought of. But when you look at it over just the last couple of years, you've had some very close finishes, including yesterday. So I think it's a matter of time before a Kentucky Downs horse wins here at the Breeders' Cup. And if any horse is going to do it, it certainly seems logical that Cogburn would be the one.
All right, let's take a look at our post parade. Going out early, Rishi, is Believing.
She does what she wants, as you saw breakfast of the Breeders' Cup there in the wig, where she refused to train on a couple of occasions, and she wasn't fought by connections. She's got plenty of ability. She's been unlucky on occasions. The fact that this ground is going to be fast, there'll be plenty of pace, will suit her style. She will need luck in running, but if she gets it, she won't be far away.
Here's Motorius, the 2 for Phil D'Amato, 3 for 3 here at Del Mar, put in a very nice performance most recently here in the Green Flash, and it has maybe the perfect style to sit just off the early pace.
Next is Arzak, who probably on the face of his best form this season is up against it. But look back at his run last year in the Breeders' Cup Sprint on the turf, where he had an awkward trip out wide into the straight, and he wasn't beaten that far in 6. On that run, he's in the mix.
Starlust is very talented, but I'm wondering about running style, particularly at 5 furlongs, as he does his best from well off the pace. He has been seemingly unlucky in several different instances, but he has been effective overall against good horses.
Well, a horse who the trip is a question mark is certainly AG Bullet, obviously a winner of a mile and 6.5 furlongs.
Top pick for me is the 6 Star of Mystery. I like those little fillies with a lot of heart. She does need some luck. She needs a good break.
Well, another horse who was a winner at Kentucky Downs, winner of a Grade 1 sprint, is Howard Wolowitz, but is very lightly raced coming into this tough test.
Big Invasion for Christophe Clement has a big late kick as well, but doesn't have to sit at the back of the pack. I think he's a bit more tactical than that. Ran into some trouble when he shipped to Santa Anita in the Eddie D, but was a winner against Easier at Saratoga at 5.5 furlongs.
I've been struck by the confidence of the locals about Cogburn. Everyone seems to think he's unbeatable.
What a story it would be if Issy Vungu Vungu could come up with a win. A very nice performance in the De Haas.
Looking at the odds, 25-1, they're going to need a little luck.
Don't say it. And here is Big Evs, who won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint last year. Tougher task this time around, especially from the draw.
And look at the 12, Bratzel, feeling very good. His flesh in his tail and kicking up his heels. Very consistent horse, 6 for 12 lifetime.
So Rishi seemed a little nonplussed about the fact that Cogburn is getting such support at 4-5. I've obviously been hanging out with Rishi because I agree. I am going to leave him off my pick 4 ticket.
Wow.
Yes, I'm going 1 through 8 and the 12. no Cogburn on my ticket. That's also because we do have looming ahead of us one of the shortest price favorites anywhere on the card. As bit of a short price as Cogburn is going to be, Torpedo Anna could be 2-5 in the next race, the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. I'll take her as the supposed free square. And then in the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf, the 3 Chariar, the 4 Luxembourg, the 5 Jaribe, and the 11 Rebels Romance. And finally, in the Classic, looking towards Forever Young, City of Troy, and I think an upset possibility, Gate to Wire, Arthur's Ride. That would be my play into today's pick 4 that begins here in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Rishi, let's go back to Big Evs. When you look at the King George, that's one thing, but has this horse improved since that win in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint? And now that we've had a year to assess that race, how great was it?
It was a good race, and he was a very good horse as a 2-year-old. But all along, everyone always thought that he was going to be at his best at 2, and everything he got there was going to be the real deal, and it was going to be harder for him at 3. He's held his form pretty well in good races, and this was a smart performance. The horse in pink was one that you will all know, Living the Dream, who started favourite for the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint last year. The Aussie challenger just getting to him, or just getting short of him before the line. They had a few battles through the season. He's got a big chance if he can get on the pace and sit with Cogburn. But the likelihood is that he, Cogburn and Bradsell are going to be battling a strong pace early in the race, and that will leave him vulnerable. Goodwood's 5 furlong is one of the quickest 5 furlongs in the country, in the UK. The other 5 furlongs, he's just found it a little harder.
Caton, are you tempted to play Big Evs back in the States at 20-1?
I think that's a heck of a price on a horse who's been a very, very good horse. I don't like the way this race shapes up from that pace standpoint with all the speed toward the outside. Cogburn, perhaps the fastest of all of them, gets the jump, but Big Evs and Bretzel are going to have to work awfully hard to try to match strides or at least just maintain their position. I think that kind of sets it up for a little bit of upset.
Well, the 8 Big Invasion is one of those horses I can't figure out, but at 35-1, I've always felt he has the ability. He was in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint at Santa Anita, finished second, beaten a neck in that race. So again, a horse who just a year ago was second in this very race, albeit at a different racetrack, but at the same distance. Big Invasion from DRF Formulator. Big Invasion Sire Declaration of War was a multiple Group 1 winner on turf. He also finished third, beaten ahead in the 2013 Breeders' Cup Classic. But as we said, Big Invasion himself has finished second in this particular race, and Frankie Dettori gets the mount. Big Invasion right now up on the board at 35-1.
Okay, if you get past the 6, 9, or 12, you have huge prices there. Everyone else is boxcars. I don't concede that this is a 3-horse race. I mean, you could say it could be a 1-horse race with a heavy favorite, or I think there are so many that have a chance, that have proven that they're good enough on this type of stage.
If this race were run on a straight 5 furlong track in the UK, Believing would be perhaps a third of the price that she is.
Okay.
But because of the draw and because of how wild we expect the fractions to be, luck is going to be required for her. She has got Ryan Moore. There is also the possibility, there's a sneaking possibility, that Ryan Moore might ride her aggressively and try and take a far more prominent position on her. Probably not lead, but sit in as close to that pace, and perhaps closer to the pace than she would be if this were a conventionally run race.
Doesn't this horse potentially get the absolute perfect setup on a course that he absolutely loves?
Notorious.
14-1 seems way, way too high on a horse who's undefeated in 3 tries over the course, who is freshened and coming off a win, and who I think has the perfect style to sit just behind that first flight of horses.
Yeah, Rishi was talking about Arzak and his compromised trip last year in this race. Notorious also finding a difficult trip that day, and now back at the turf courses mentioned where Notorious has never lost. The pick 4 pool about to get to $1.2 million. We'd like to hear your opinion. Join us on social media. Tell us who you think is going to win the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Let's see where the win percentage is at. Yes, look at this. 61.4% have voiced Cogburn as their top pick. And here you can scan that QR code and it'll take you right to our poll. Who will win the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint? Now let's take a look at the analysis on our staff here. Top selections in here. And Michelle going with the 11 at 20-1 Big Evs. And then a lot of plays here for the 6, Star of Mystery, with that difficult trip last time out at Keeneland. Pretty amazing to look up there and not see a selection for Cogburn.
That does surprise me just a little bit here. But, you know, I think the nature of handicappers is to try and beat a horse that you know is going to be 4 to 5 or lower.
Well, Rishi, I know if you were on that list right now, you would not have the 9 as your selection. So who do you have?
I would have the 1 as my firm selection, Believing. You remember we talked yesterday, Todd, about Maymas's progeny being generally pretty good on fast ground. Believing is running here. She's a daughter of Maymas. And I mentioned about the fact that she's been unlucky on a few occasions. One of the things that she's been doing is 5 furlong races in Britain and in Ireland and even in France. She's been running on really strongly. So I'm hoping that they go really hard, and this time she gets the breaks.
The field moving into line for the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. The heavy favorite is the 9, Cogburn. For the call, Larry Colmus.
And Cogburn is about to take his spot in the starting gate here along with Arzak. Starlust getting a little bit fired up behind the starting gate here. In the meanwhile, Izzy Vungu Vungu is coming forward along with Believing. Starlust is stepping up to line. Here comes AG Bullet into the starting gate. AG Bullet also a bit stirred up there and rearing up behind the gate. Filly AG Bullet balks once again. And now comes forward and in. 3 horses behind the gate. The filly Star of Mystery coming up. A Breeders' Cup winner in Big Evs. And finally Bradsell. And here comes Bradsell up to the outside stall to complete the field here. Holly Doyle aboard. Goes in. They're all in line. A couple of them restless here. One of them acting up in the inside. I believe it's the filly Believing. Yes, Believing has unseated the rider Ryan Moore. So we will have a delay here. Horses are being backed out of the starting gate. We will have a delay.
An unfortunate situation here with Believing, but not entirely unexpected. If you
Ladies and gentlemen, in this race, number 1 Believing is a late scratch, having flipped in the starting gate. Number 1 Believing is a late scratch from the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Scratch number 1 Believing.
I want to go back to the most important point here. There are safety protocols in place at every racetrack every day. This isn't just the Breeders' Cup. This is the Breeders' Cup, which leads the way in safety measures, and the system working here. Believing this incident at the starting gate, there is an attending veterinarian that follows the horses here at the Breeders' Cup. In fact, there's an entire team that follows them all week. Any incident that happens, that horse will be looked at and determine whether or not they can go. Believing extricated from the starting gate and is a late scratch here. Going through what that means pari-mutually. If you had the one Believing at the time of the scratch, she was 10-1. If you had her vertically, win, play, show, combinations in the exacta, trifecta, superfecta, or super high five, all of them will be refunded. If you had Believing in a daily double, consolation payoff. If you had Believing in a pick 3, consolation payoff. If you had Believing in that pick 5 that ends here, you will now get the post-time favorite. So you'll shift to the 9, Cogburn, and any of those other wagers. Now with the pick 4 beginning here, if for some reason you didn't make a change, Believing will now shift to the favorite, Cogburn. Back to kind of the storyline with Believing. For those who watched the Breakfast at the Breeders' Cup shows this week, she got a lot of attention because of her antics in the morning. This doesn't come as a complete surprise, but Rishi, it doesn't lessen the disappointment for her connections.
Huge disappointment. They were hoping for a big finish of the season after many fine efforts in defeat where things haven't gone her way. But this is a cruel bit of luck. That means that she's out. At least she's okay. We were able to see her trot away. And we're also hearing that Ryan Moore is also okay. Obviously, he has a lot of big rides coming up later on. So the good news from it is that horse and rider are still okay.
And with, much like the horse, with the team of veterinarians on site to attend to any needs and to inspect the horse, there is a team to inspect the rider as well to make sure that it's not just for appearances, but that indeed the jockey is well and ready to ride in future races.
The health and well-being of the equine athletes and the men and women who ride them always of paramount importance in our sport. And again, those protocols working here and leading to the late scratch of Believing. From a practical point of view, Caden, what does this do for Motorius? Because we were just talking about Believing on the inside, maybe Ryan Moore would be aggressive. Now Motorius essentially is the horse down on the inside.
Well, I always say that the inside is the least desirable post position, particularly if you're a horse that requires position early. And because horses are creatures of habit, they tend to run with the pack. If you have one on either side of you when you break, it just kind of automatically propels the horse in the middle forward. It doesn't always work smoothly, but 9 times out of 10. If you don't have that horse on the inside and you don't get away as smoothly, then you're behind the entire field. So I think it can be a big disadvantage.
So Rishi, here in the pari-mutuel system in America, you heard you shift to the favorite if your horse scratches. So now that your selection is scratched, you just want to take Cogburn?
No.
You're still defiant. You're still defiant.
No, the other important point is, as you both will be well aware, is that it's a new test. Horses don't normally have this sort of routine. In the gates, come out, wait, and then go back in. So you're looking for something with a really good attitude. Star of Mystery, I'll join Kate and ride with her.
The field moving into line once again for the Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Here's Larry Colmus.
And AG Bullet continues to be restless behind the starting gate, having reared up. They are going to load her riderless. She goes into line. She'll be joined in the gate by Umberto Rispoli. Here comes Star of Mystery into the gate. Here comes Howard Wallowitz. And they are moving back into the starting gate here, and just a couple left behind the gate. This field has been a bit stirred up, and we're right now seeing Big Evs being reluctant to come forward. The assistant starters are working on getting Big Evs to come up to the gate. This horse, the winner of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint last year, and now moving into line is Big Ev. So that'll leave just Brad Sell. Brad Sell and Holly Doyle coming up to line, and hopefully we'll be good to go this time. Brad Sell going in, and they're all in line. They're off in the turf sprint. AG Bullet goes out to the early lead with Cockburn now moving through between horses. Easy Vungu Vungu is there on the outside. Brad Sellis, Centard, and then comes Star of Mystery, Big Ebs and Arzak. Big Invasion, Howard Wallowitz, and Motorius on the inside are next. And Starlust is the trailer. It is Cockburn on top. The leader by a half a length, and now spurting away. There goes Cockburn to open up by 2, by 3 lengths on the far turn. And Izzy Vungu Vungu is moved up into second. Brad Sell is third. Then Big Ebs on the outside, followed by AG Bullet. Irad Ortiz and Cockburn have a 4-length lead at the top of the stretch here in the turf sprint. They come bounding by the 8th pole clear. Izzy Vungu Vungu tries to gain ground. Then AG Bullet. Starlust is rallying up the rail, and they're getting to Cockburn now. Here comes AG Bullet. Here comes Starlust. Starlust comes from the clouds to win. AG Bullet in a photo with Motorius for second in 55.92 seconds.
What a shocking finish here. Literally 5 horses with a chance and 110 yards to go, but Starlust makes the most of it at 30-1.
It's hard to know what to say. Cockburn did get the lead. He was fast, just as Bill, but so fast with so much pressure. Takes a toll in the last portion of the race. But here, a good start for almost everyone. Very few excuses, despite all the delays.
Look at where Starlust ends up. He's actually last here. Cockburn's pace in the early part of the race, blistering, but he's got pressure. Yes, he draws away from them, but he's had to work really hard. He's flat out here looking at Cockburn through the race, and Bradsell, Holly Doyle, just glances over. She's sitting on his shoulder. Issy Vunga Vunga in behind. Big Ebs, who won the juvenile turf sprint last year, he can't keep up. AG Bullet down on the rail, and that was Howard Wallowitz getting checked up and going backwards. Ross O'Ryan and Rafe Beckett have had the most wonderful year, winning the ARC just recently with Blue Stocking, and now they've had a massive day winning the Breeders' Cup
How
sprint.
does he find his way out of here? He's stuck on the rail, just trying to maintain that position, and now he's going to get a tiring Cockburn right back in his face.
He's very fortunate that the rails open up at that point to give you the opportunity to get a little cushion of space rather than had that rail continued. I don't think the horses would have allowed that.
Okay, it's posted on the board 4-2-5-6-9. How about Motorius flying late for second? AG Bullet, those antics at the starting gate. But as we go overhead, how about the 10 Issa Vunga Vungo taking out of here at a crucial point when all the action starts to happen?
I'm kind of trying to figure out if that was just a matter of...
So watch the 4 go into the South African.
The early pace taking a little toll.
But are you surprised there's not a steward's inquiry?
I think
there is a steward's inquiry. They are going to take a look at this, that action, yes. In fact, they're looking at the top 4 finishers. You know, look, with Issa Vunga Vungo, this horse was holding position. Did the 4 come in, create room here? Let's watch. I mean, you know, here's the thing, Rishi, and I always say this. Manny Franco takes up out of there when the 4 comes over. If he doesn't, Caden, isn't this horse clipping heels and maybe he's out of the saddle?
But I think that the 4 had to come over because the 9 comes over. As the 9 starts to tire, watch what happens. He absolutely comes right into the eventual winner's path. If he doesn't take over, he clips heels.
It's a concertina effect caused by Cockburn on the head-on anyway, drifting over to his right under pressure, weakening under pressure.
So there's no obligation for the rider on the 4? So you're telling me once the 9 comes out, the rider on the 4 can do whatever they want to the rest of the...
What could he do? What could he do at that moment?
He would have gone down if he holds his course.
At this point, what do you expect him to do just here?
He has to move.
To the detriment of Issa Vunga Vungo.
Well, he just moved one path to avoid going down.
So if you're saying if there's any disqualification, it would be from Cockburn from 5th, placed behind Issa Vunga Vungo.
Well, you tell me, where is he supposed to go?
I have to tell you, now this
does look a little different.
On the drone view, it looks like the jockey has some other decisions that could have been within the rules.
The head-on tells one story.
Yes.
This view tells another. At this point, there seems to be plenty of room, and here he does have an option.
He does.
And Risha, I have to ask you this because The drone view has become very popular for adjudicating situations like this in American racing. Do they do that overseas?
We take as many angles as we can now, and they actually work with the television companies to make sure that they cover as many angles, certainly in the UK. But watching this now, I'm slightly more concerned than watching the head-on about Ross O'Ryan's path.
I agree with that, but I would also, here's what the stewards are going to be considering as well, because right now, I don't see that the 2 caused any problem,
No.
did he?
No, or the 5.
Or the 5.
Well, maybe
and the 10, or Isi Vunga Vungu, could be arguing that he was a tiring horse. So the question is, did it cost Isi Vunga Vungu a position?
Okay, so the rules that are in California racing, do they apply to the Breeders' Cup? Because out here we talk about that. The standard is if the foul cost the horse that was fouled a better placing, then it warrants a disqualification. So if that's the rules we're following here, did this cost a better placing to the aggrieved, which was the 10, Isi Vunga Vunga?
I don't know. I think it's a very tough call.
And I go back to what I was saying originally, Rishi. Putting aside that, the 10 could have clipped heels badly here, and it could have been a worse situation if not for the evasive action of Manny Franco when he realizes the 4 is coming over and he just takes up out of there. So the whole best finish thing, I'm not quite sure about. Let's get to the bottom line here, and I think this may go on for a little bit. Very unofficial. Definitely looking at the winner and the 5th place finisher. If you were a steward, Rishi Prasad, would you leave the winner up here, Starlust?
I think I would, because I felt Isi Vunga Vungu was going backward at the time, and I felt that there was an emerging gap. Perhaps the only question I would have is that Ross O'Ryan has probably gone for the gap half a stride earlier than ideal, but it was closing on him. And I think he was compromised by it. But I think Isi Vunga Vungu was going backwards.
And, Caton, they have gone to the pan view now. We're showing everyone out there what the stewards are requesting for angles. They may ask for another one here. So my question to you, if you were voting whether or not to disqualify Starlust, would you do it?
I'm going to be saved by the call.
The stewards have ruled that there will be no change to the order of finish. The result will stand 4-2-5-6-9.
That's what I would have said.
What a start to this Breeders' Cup Saturday. The first 2 championship races, 19-1, and now a 30-1 shot here with Starlust. 4-2-5-6-9, 30-1, over 12-1, over 9-1, over 7-1, over 4-5. You're watching and listening to the Breeders' Cup Players Show.
Amazing.
Race 5 is official. The upcoming 6th race is the 41st running of the Grade 1 $2 million guaranteed Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. Scratch number 3 Bayakoa, scratch 8 Miss New York, and scratch 9 Awesome Result. Post time 1:21. Yeah, now entering the winner's circle is the official winner of today's Prevagen Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, number 4, Starlust. He's a 3-year-old dark bay or brown colt by Zoostar from Beyond Desire by Invincible Spirit, and was bred in Great Britain by Branton Court Stud. The winning owner is Mrs. Fitriani Hay. Winning trainer is Ralph Beckett. Rossa Ryan, the winning jockey.
Coming up now will be two views of the Steward's decision. In the stretch, you will see the number 4 Starlust does drift out in the stretch. But in the unanimous opinion of the stewards, it did not warrant a disqualification. Number 4 Starlust is in the pink and green colors. And you will see in the stretch run that number 4 will drift out, but in the unanimous opinion of the stewards, it did not warrant a disqualification. I'll show you one more view from the drone angle. Again, number 4 Starlust is right now on the inside in 5th place. You'll see this horse through the stretch drift out, but again, in the unanimous opinion of the stewards, the drifting out by number 4 Starlust did not warrant a disqualification.
FanDuel is proud to be the official wagering partner of the Breeders' Cup and the sponsor of the FanDuel Breeders' Cup Mile, presented by the PDJF. Watch racing year-round on FanDuel TV and wager on all the races with FanDuel Racing. Make every moment more with FanDuel. As the official partner and official timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Longines is proud to time the much-anticipated Longines Distaff race. The Swiss watchmaker is looking forward to highlighting the official watch of the event, a new model from the Conquest collection that celebrates its 70th anniversary this year. This automatic watch combines sporty elegance with robustness for everyday use. Available in a range of sizes, colors, and materials, this timepiece effortlessly adapts to any occasion. Jackson Family Wines wishes each of you a great day at the races. Enjoy a glass of Kendall Jackson, La Crema, or any of the award-winning wines from Jackson Family Wines while you cheer on the winners. Please drink responsibly.
My name is Douglas. I'm a writer, director, and I'm still working. In the kind of work that I do, you are surrounded by people who are all younger than you. I had to get help somewhere along the line to stay competitive. I discovered Prevagen. I started taking it, and after a period of time, my memory improved. It was a game changer for me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription.
The highest honor in any sport is to be inducted into the Hall of Fame. Those who enter these hallowed halls bear witness to greatness, as the horses enshrined within are known as the Great Ones, the Immortals. With just 4 crops to race, Horse of the Year Gunrunner has sired 10 Grade 1 winners and 13 millionaires, which has him poised to etch his name alongside the greatest stallions of the modern era, Gunrunner.
You just have to get in the seat of a John Deere 1 Series tractor. Not because of how easy it is to use, or because of our expert dealers. Not even because it has implements for every job. You just have to get in the seat, because breaking ground on your dream home feels pretty great. John Deere is proud to be the official partner of the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
The leader by a half a length and
The $2 million Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff gave Japan its second winner on the 2021 card at Del Mar, when longshot Marsh Lorraine prevailed by a nose. When the Cup first came to Del Mar in 17, it was another 5-year-old that got home first, as Forever Unbridled held off the late charge of Abel Tasman. 4 horses have won the Distaff twice, but only 2 in consecutive years. The last one to do that was Royal Delta in 2012, one of a record-setting 5 Distaff wins for trainer Bill Mott. This is the $2 million Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff.
"16 minutes away from the Breeders' Cup Distaff, and right now, not surprised to see that the number 2, Torpedo Anna, is opening up as the 1-5 favorite, as I welcome in Simon Bray as well. Simon, this Distaff, in the beginning, it was pegged as maybe a 2-horse race with the likes of Torpedo Anna and Idiomatic, and when Idiomatic was retired coming into this event, then it became, well, it's Torpedo Anna and maybe Awesome Result. And then we got the scratch of Awesome Result, unfortunately, this morning. So what do you do with Torpedo Anna at 1-5?
Well, it's Torpedo Anna versus Raging Sea now, I think, who's currently at 5-1. But the task has got exponentially easier as the week has gone on for Torpedo Anna. It's her race to lose. I'm expecting a big performance here. I've been watching her the last 5-10 minutes walk around the paddock here, and she's behaving herself. We know she's a highly strung filly, but she's settling in well.
Welcome back to the set. Christina Blacker joining Simon Bray and Gabby Gaudet for the Distaff. And this is going to be one of the races that I think the fans most passionate about. We talk about Torpedo Anna. She is a heavy favorite at 1-5. But Gabby, her following kind of supersedes racing in a way. She really has brought in some general sports fan to the racing world.
Absolutely. And when you look at a filly that is dominating against her fellow fillies in a year that she has done, you know, there's a lot of talk of the town, oh, she needs to face the boy, she needs it. Well, they did that, and she almost won the Grade 1 Travers over the summer up at Saratoga against the likes of Fierceness, who's going to be one of the favorites in the Breeders' Cup Classic later today. This was an unbelievable effort, and Simon, if she runs back to this, she could win by 20 lengths today. There's no doubt about it. But I guess people were a little bit concerned about how she came out of the race and ran in the cotillion.
That's the thing. This race is great, but it's what happened in the next race. She won. I mean, and people are still knocking it, but it wasn't the typical Torpedo Anna performance that we've been accustomed to seeing in the cotillion. I think there were excuses. She got a little wound up before that race. Look at her in the paddock here. She is behaving beautifully because she's been here well over a week. I think it's her race to lose. And from a wagering standpoint, Christina, we've had 19-1, 35-1. This will kind of tip it the other day with a 1-5. We've just racked up a pick 5 with a 1-5 favorite in the sequence that paid $335,000.
Her regular pilot, Brian Hernandez Jr., has been aboard for all 9 starts. Joaquin caught up with him moments ago.
Brian Hernandez Jr. is going to be back aboard Torpedo Anna, who comes into the Distaff 5 for 6 this year. Brian, she won the cotillion last race, but maybe handicappers were critical because she didn't win it as impressively as she normally does. But was that a case of her just doing what she had to do?
Yeah, you know, she was bottled up for a long time, and she finally found her little seam there. When we straightened, and she just kind of did what she had to do. You know, it was kind of a grinding out effort, but she was, you know, she showed her grittiness to overcome the trip that we had that day and to still get there in front. And you know, even at the wire, she kind of idled a bit. So we were proud of her to get the win. And, you know, coming off of the big race at the Travers, you kind of thought she'd kind of regress a little. And, you know, now we're coming into today really confident in her.
It's been a heck of a year so far. Hopefully it continues for you guys. Good luck in here.
Thank you.
So what does he do tactically today, and especially with these scratches throughout the last couple of weeks, right? It was Idiomatic to start with, as you mentioned, Gabby, all the way up to this morning with Awesome Result. Does he just put her out there on the lead and just comfortably go and just take it to them early?
I think naturally she's the fastest. She should find herself on the lead today because I don't know that anybody, well, I take that back. I think the 4, Alice Verite, is very fast, but the question is, does that speed translate to the main track today? If it doesn't, yes, Torpedo Anna is in a place to control the race. But even if she's not, I don't think that it matters.
The only question mark I would say is Candid, drawn to the inside, because she's putting blinkers on with Irad, and she's got the inside post. Maybe on paper to this point, she's not quick enough, but does the equipment change, and does the fact they've got the inside post with Irad force the hand a little bit?
Nice quote here from trainer Kenny McPeak. He said, quote, "She likes to go out to work. Every trainer in America should have a horse like her sometime in their career." And Simon, we've watched her every morning here since she arrived at Del Mar. She is a high energy type. How is she handling things so far today?
I think perfect. I mean, I saw her school yesterday or a couple of days ago, and she was getting warm. She's been tough in the mornings. I think she settled in. I think that's one of the reasons for the poor performance, I would say the lackluster performance in the cotillion. She shipped in right on top of the race. She's been here enough time to settle in.
Andy, how does she look, and who's your paddock pick for this race?
Christina, I could not agree with Simon more. Earlier in the week, watching Torpedo Anna school, I was very concerned that she was over the top after facing the boys and the Travers, but today she exudes confidence, and that's what makes her such an amazing race mare, is that she knows her job, she knows when it's game time, and she loves the energy of the crowd. So she's my top selection here today, but I do think the number 6, Raging Sea, is going to give her a run for her money. This filly beat Idiomatic twice in her last 4 runs. And she's been very impressive. 2 Grade 1 victories coming into here, and just a very honest mare who keeps her form and tries every single time. Physically, she could not look any better today.
Andy, thank you. And that's a great point that Andy brings up with regard to Raging Sea and Idiomatic. If Idiomatic was still in this race, what kind of a price would she be right now, and what would that do, to the odds that you're looking at with Torpedo Anna at this stage? I did make Raging Sea the race lens angle, female offspring of Curlin, win at 27% over this exact distance and service, and Chad Brown at 22% with winners last out in stakes races. So looking forward to seeing what she can do. And I think, as much as I am a fan of Torpedo Anna, we are also asking a 3-year-old filly to take on older horses for the first time today, which is a task I think cannot be underestimated.
No, it's exactly right. But if they're good enough, they can do it. We've seen it at the Breeders' Cup. This is the time to do it at the end of the year. So if she's good enough, if she's got enough left in the tank, she's had a busy campaign, she expends a lot of energy. Let's see how it plays out.
Post parade begins with Candide at 8-1.
Yeah, blinkers on. Irad, we talked about it. She's on her toes. Maybe they'll force her a little bit from the inside.
Up next is your favorite, the number 2 Torpedo Anna, for trainer Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez Jr. aboard. She won the Kentucky Oaks, she won the Acorn, the list goes on and on. Can she win the Distaff today and cap off an amazing year?
Paddock is scratched, the 3 that takes us to the 4 at 20-1. That's Alice Verite, the Japanese runner. Picks up Kyle Frey in the saddle here. She's on her toe. She'll be forwardly placed.
Sugarfish is next, the number 5 at 14-1. She was an impressive winner of the Grade 2 Zenyatta last time out, and was a little bit disappointing in the Clement Hirsch right here at Del Mar. 2 starts back. She's 14-1.
Raging Sea, we touched on. Let's see how she looks. She presents herself in good order here at 4-1 for trainer Chad Brown. She's proven at the distance 5 for 7 at the 1.8 trip.
Honor D Lady is next. She's 24-1. Safi Joseph Jr., the trainer. Tyler Gaffleone, the rider. As she was disappointing last time out in the Grade 1 Spinster, but she couldn't have been more impressive in the Grade 2 Delaware Handicap back over the summer.
And then the 10, 45-1 on the outside for trainer Phil D'Amato. Che Evasora, who ran 5th, well beaten, 5th of 5 in the Zenyatta. Major form reversal needed here. And there is the 10 at 45-1.
That's your field for the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. You have 8 minutes until post time if you'd like to get a wager in for this one. It also starts the all dirt pick 4 if you'd like to string together the remaining dirt Breeders' Cup races 6, 8, 10, and 12 as we alternate back and forth between the main track and the turf. Gabby, how about this DRF formulator fact for Sugarfish?
Yeah, trainer Jeff Mullins, the conditioner of Sugarfish, went 4 for 10, 40% and a positive ROI of $3.62 with last out winners between September 7th and September 20th. And that would apply for this filly as she did win the Grade 2 Zenyatta last time out.
Let's take a look at that race back at Santa Anita, September the 29th. She's sitting off the pace on this occasion. Only had 4 others to go by. But Simon, you've talked a lot about good prep races for these horses. This was seemingly a pretty good prep race for her.
Yeah, it was. I think she's improving at the right time. You got to remember, this is a filly that was running in maiden claimers 6 or 7 starts ago. I know there was some discussion from the camp about 2 weeks ago that they preferred the Bayakoa over this race. But as the week's gone on, Idiomatic's out, Awesome Results out, Miss New York is scratched, Bayakoa is out. And you look at the form, she beat Desert Dawn. Desert Dawn was third in the Bayakoa earlier this afternoon. So I think they've ended up in the right spot because even if you finish second or third here, I mean, that's so good for black type form and adds value to her as a broodmare.
How about Jeff Mullins' concern about the pace scenario, especially with those scratches? Does that make this sentiment that much more valid?
Absolutely, because not only sometimes when you look at a pace scenario or a horse that has to overcome maybe not an honest pace, they can maybe do it, but when the only pace in the race is the horse to beat at 1 to 5, I think that makes the obstacle even bigger. So she is up against it from that standpoint, but the entire field is up against it with regards to Torpedo Anna.
I mean, if Torpedo Anna gets loose on the lead, everybody's probably running for second or third. And I think that's the way you have to look at it from that type of standpoint.
So I took a crazy approach with my pick 4.
Let's see. It's a pick 2. It's a double.
It's a double, essentially. I'm going to single Torpedo Anna here.
Okay.
And then this is the all-dirt pick 4. So I'm singling Forever Young in the Breeders' Cup Classic. And then I'm going all, as you can see, in the sprint and in the dirt mile. I thought those 2 races were so wide open. I could not make heads or tails of any of the competitors in those last 2 dirt races.
I agree, and I found the dirt mile to be especially challenging this year, even more so than usual, and we've already seen so many prices on this Breeders' Cup Championship Saturday so far. Here's another look at Torpedo Anna, 2 to 5 out on course right now. Scott caught up with her conditioner.
Well, Team McPeak and Kenny McPeak leading over the Grizzly Bear. Torpedo Anna for the Distaff. First of all, the announcement of the scratch of the filly, Awesome Result. How does that change the complex of the race for your filly, Torpedo Anna?
Well, maybe not at all, but you never wish that on anybody. I'm sure they're very disappointed to come all this way and for them to have that happen. But our job's the same, so we just have to dress her up and bring her over, and she's got a lot of work to do yet. There's still a lot of good horses in here.
She giving you the same energy that we've seen from her every step of the way?
She never lacks energy. She's got more energy than my wife, Sherry. So anyway, and that's hard to do.
What has this ride been like to get to this point with this filly from where she came from?
Well, it's been marvelous. Anytime you go to Fasig-Tipton in October and you pluck one out of there for 40, and she's on the cusp. If she wins today, I think you got to give her serious consideration as horse of the year. And we're just enjoying the ride, and she's just beyond special, and she's really made our job easy.
Good luck, Kenny.
Thank you.
How about that sentiment? Would you agree, Simon? If she wins today, does she make a strong case for Horse of the Year?
Oh, no question about it. She'll be the leading contender. We just have to see what would happen in, an hour and a half from now. I think that has a lot to say. But if you get some crazy wacko upset in the Classic, puts her right in the picture. There's no question.
Yes, I think horses like Fierceness really have to show up in the Classic today. But there is a legitimate shot for Torpedo Anna at Horse of the Year. And also just the campaign that she's managed to have. Look, she is a lightly framed filly. She doesn't hold on to a lot of condition. In the morning, her training is very strong. She's eager to do more and more and more. So the fact that they can keep getting enough out of her in her races, I think, is a testament to not only her class, but how she's been campaigned this season.
Simon, a traditional pick 4 starts right here as well, in addition to that all-dirt stakes race pick 4 through the last Breeders' Cup races on the main track. Simon, how about the traditional pick 4 where you are weaving together the turf and the main track?
I just used a little bit of insurance here. If I thought Torpedo Anna was going to get beat, I just went with Raging Sea, the second choice. She beat Idiomatic 2 starts back, so I did that. 3-5-7 in the turf race. 3-5-11. Sharia, JRB, and then I'm using the 11 to the outside, Rebels Romance, who is my top pick in there. And then Classic 113, I'm using the one Forever Young I've been talking about. Don't dismiss Bob Baffert. You and I touched on this yesterday. Blinkers on.
He's got that top pick, Newgate, in there. He just looks too good in the morning, especially from the breakfast show, to ignore him.
And it's got, that race has got Baffert written all over it from let's get out and just go. Send them. That's exactly what's going to happen. And then 2, 3, 8, 10, yes, in the final race there. So, which I think is wide open. So just a $30 ticket.
So many different opportunities to begin wagers here. Again, again, that all dirt pick 4 with Breeders' Cup races exclusively, also the traditional pick 4, and you have 2 minutes to get both of those bets in. The pick 4 that Simon just gave out, that particular pool approaching $750,000 right now. Let's talk more about Candied. Simon, you talked about maybe the idea that they are a little bit more aggressive with her today. How do you think she'll take to Del Mar? This is her first time here in Southern California.
I think she'll be all right. I mean, she's run all over. She came to Santa Anita. She's been to Keeneland. She's been to Monmouth. She takes a racetrack anywhere. But obviously, when you put blinkers on a horse, the idea is to 90% of the time to get more speed out of him. So when there's not much pace in here, even if she doesn't make the lead, she's probably sitting second.
Gabby, I know her last race in the Spinster was a losing performance. She was 3rd that day, but I really respected what Luis Saez did in taking it to Idiomatic. It wasn't going to do him any favors to just sit back and leave her alone on the leads. They did everything they could to put her in position to win that day.
Exactly. Idiomatic was the lone speed on paper. You can't let her try to get away with anything on the front end. And they were aggressive last time out. I almost wonder if the blinkers on too is going to help her a little bit. She is a filly that has difficulty with the lead change. Last time out, she never switched her leads. Even when she won the Alcibiades, never really switched over to that right lead until very late. So we'll see what she can do, but there's no doubt. I, as a fan, am very excited to see what Torpedo Anna can do here.
She has so many fans around the globe, and that is what the Breeders' Cup is about. World Championship Racing, a Horse of the Year campaign on the line right now for Torpedo Anna, and taking on Olders for the first time in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. She's 2 to 5 as the loading process begins. We'll turn it over to Larry Colmes.
And Torpedo Anna has moved into the starting gate. Raging Sea steps forward with Honor de Lady. Here's Elise Verite, and there's just one left to load in Jaya Vasora. They're all in line, ready for the start. They're off in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, and Torpedo Anna had a great start. Raging Sea is showing a bit of speed. Honor de Lady is away running in 3rd as Torpedo Anna takes the lead. Then Candide, followed by Sugarfish. Elise Verite and Jaya Vasora is the early trailer behind the front-running favorite filly, Torpedo Anna, who leads the way into the first turn. She's on top from Raging Sea, who's 3/4 of a length off of her, making their way around that turn. On the inside is Candide in 3rd. They went 23.81 for the opening quarter mile. It's a moderate early pace. And then Honor de Lady on the outside. Elise Verite is in 5th with 4 to make up, 2.5 back to Sugarfish, and 5 to Jaya Vasora. On to the backstretch, and Torpedo Anna has things her way so far. She's in front with 5 furlongs to go. It's a half-length lead. Raging Sea continues to keep her company through a 47.99 half mile. Then Honor de Lady on the outside of Candide. Behind them, Elise Verite. Sugarfish 7 off the lead, and Jaya Vasora. Brian Hernandez Jr. and Torpedo Anna begin their run into the far turn. Raging Sea has been glued to her throughout, and with 3 furlongs to go, the lead is just a neck. Torpedo Anna from Raging Sea. Honor de Lady and Candide are 2 lengths off of them. And then comes Elise Verite and Sugarfish. Torpedo Anna still cruising along here, and she's starting to get away from Raging Sea as they come to the top of the stretch in the Breeders' Cup Distaff, and Torpedo Anna begins to move away. 1 furlong to go. She's in front by 2. Raging Sea still there, trying to fight for second. Then Candide in 3rd. But this brilliant filly's going to take them all the way. Torpedo Anna, what a year for her. She won it by 3 over Raging Sea. And then it was Candide and Elise Verite.
This crowd on their feet for this champion. Torpedo Anna against Older takes them gate to wire in the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff.
She hadn't been on the lead in any of her races except the Kentucky Derby recently, and she went gate to wire and crushed there. She was always traveling comfortably, Gabby, and I think, as we said, you could put that last race behind her. That's what champions do. They win when they bring their C game. She had the C game last time. She was A+ today.
And today she actually broke out of the starting gate really well. Another horse that had a good gate great break was Raging Sea, and I think this provided an opportunity to take it to Torpedo Anna. Flavien Prat, he shot his shot, but she's just not as good as this champion in Torpedo Anna. I liked the approach that Flavien took with Raging Sea. It just did not work out for him today, but yeah, if you're on the best horse with this type of break, you go and try to just go gate to wire, and that's exactly what Brian did.
No disgrace to Raging Sea. She was second the whole way around. She finished second. And the best two fillies ran 1-2 the whole way around the racetrack here. And you can see Brian Hernandez, he finally asks her here off the turn. She switches leads and levels off. I really believe getting here a week out, schooling, getting accustomed to the surroundings here, I think it paid dividends for her because she was behaving beautifully in the paddock here today.
The schooling really made a difference because when we saw her in the paddock a couple days ago, she was very warm. She was losing her cool. And today she was so professional. But that's what really good horses do. They know when to turn it on.
Simon, this is a generational campaign from a 3-year-old filly. 5 grade 1s this year. Her only loss to last year's 2-year-old champion in fierceness by a head.
Yeah, who's going to be one of the choices in the Classic. And I used this analogy earlier this week, Gabby. It's not a great one, but her best race might be the second place finish in the Travis in defeat because it showed how game she was. And I kind of likened it to Zenyatta in the Classic. It was the only race she lost, and it was a great performance finishing second to Blaine. They both laid it down on the line, and depending on what happens in the Classic, she is definitely in the picture for Horse of the Year.
Cheers to the breeder, Judy Hicks. And how about this at Kenny McPeak special, a $40,000 purchase. She had earned $2.6 million coming into the day today. Takes home 60% of that, $2 million on the line in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Congratulations to Team McPeak. Kenny McPeak was honored earlier this week by the National Turf Riders and Broadcasters Association. And Gabby, he's just shared her with the public. And I think we really felt that in the last few moments, just from the reaction from this crowd right now.
There's a lot of sportsmanship in what Kenny has done and how he's campaigned her. He went against the boys and the Travers. He made her so accessible to the public. He's let us into her world in training in the afternoon in every way possible. And I think that just contributes to such excitement with this fillies campaign this year.
Del Mar, on your feet. Put your hands together for your Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff champion, Torpedo Anna.
Yeah, now entering the winner's circle is the official winner of today's Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff, number 2, Torpedo Anna. She's a 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Fast Anna from Satavies by Uncle Mo, bred in Kentucky by Judy Hicks. She is owned by Brookdale Racing, Mark Edwards, Judy Hicks et al. The winning trainer is Kenny McPeak. The winning jockey, Brian Hernandez Jr. As the official partner and official timekeeper of the Breeders' Cup World Championships, Longines is proud to time the famous Longines Turf Race. The Swiss watchmaker is looking forward to highlighting the official watch of the event, a new model from the Conquest collection that celebrates its 70th anniversary this year. This automatic watch combines sporty elegance with robustness for everyday use. Available in a range of sizes, colors, and materials, this timepiece effortlessly adapts to any occasion. It takes hard work, experience, and commitment to get here. These are the qualities that define champions and the qualities that define John Deere. This year, John Deere is the proud sponsor of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf and the official equipment supplier of the Breeders' Cup World Championships. With NetJets, your private aviation experience is precisely that, yours. Every aspect of your imagination is anticipated, and each detail of your journey is artfully curated, all while NetJets prioritizes your safety and comfort. The result? Absolute peace of mind and luxury. Your moments become even more remarkable as soon as you step aboard. Find your ideal travel solution at netjets.com.
To racing's queen, that is Torpedo Anna, who in dominant style takes the Longines Breeders' Cup Distaff. So we have a wonderful group of owners here. And for the trophy presentation, and of course the beautiful Longines timepieces, we have Brittany Garcia, Longines brand president. Brittany?
It's a pleasure to be here. Always fun to watch the exciting races. So happy to be presenting the trophy to this wonderful team and the beautiful Longines timepieces. Congratulations.
To Mark Edwards on behalf of the ownership group. Mark, it has been quite the ride thus far, I'll say, with Torpedo Anna, but put into words what it has been like to be along this journey with her.
It has been incredible. When I was in the Marine Corps, I'd come out here every August, sit on the rail with my cooler, and now I'm here in the winter circle with a great horse.
How does it compare?
This is much better.
And we know that Torpedo Anna named for your granddaughter, Anna. Any words for her? Because where is she, by the way?
She's at a swim meet. Her mother's here somewhere, and her father. They could talk about her. I mean, they know more about her than I do.
And I was mentioning how cool Brian Hernandez was aboard Torpedo Anna. How cool were you as this race was unfolding?
When I saw her go to the lead, Brian hadn't done anything to ask her to do anything, and her fractions were really honest. I said, Brian's got this.
And that he did. I must end with Judy Hicks, the breeder and part owner of Torpedo Anna. Could you have imagined that day that you witnessed her take her first steps, that she would become a Kentucky Oaks and Breeders' Cup Distaff winner?
Well, she was born early in the morning, and she was just an ordinary horse. And then she continued on, and I guess she won the Oaks, and we thought we were on cloud 9. Then she continued on, and there was another cloud and another cloud. And so now I think, we are on cloud, 20?
There is no level at which cloud we are on, because we'll be back next year.
Absolutely. For those that are wondering, we are planning to race her next year. And so...
Nothing more to say but that, Ahmed.
Seems I can live a day without you, baby. This sick addiction makes me crazy. Ba, 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 ba. And I'm ready to
Elegance is an attitude.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
There has never been a better time to download the FanDuel Racing app. What are you waiting for? Sign up is quick and easy. There are 0 deposit fees, and withdrawals come super fast. Easily track your wagers, rapidly build new tickets, and quickly view potential payouts with FanDuel's My Bets experience. New customers get a no-sweat first bet up to $500. If your first bet doesn't win, don't sweat it. Get up to $500 back as a racing bonus. Download now.
My name is Douglas. I'm a writer, director, and I'm still working. In the kind of work that I do, you are surrounded by people who are all younger than you. I had to get help somewhere along the line to stay competitive. I discovered Prevagen. I started taking it, and after a period of time, my memory improved. It was a game changer for me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription.
The $5 million Longines Breeders' Cup Turf went to Talismanic in 2017 in Del Mar's debut as a host site. It was the 3rd turf win for trainer Andre Faub, whose first one came in 1990. 4 years later, in the return to Del Mar, European-based runners claimed the top 4 finishing spots, led by a 3-year-old Yibber. 3-year-old Auguste Rodin won the turf last year, giving trainer Aidan O'Brien an unprecedented 7th win in this race. This is the $5 million Longines Breeders' Cup Turf.
Music to our ears at the end of the trophy presentation there as we get the opportunity to see Torpedo Anna back in 2025. It's time to move ahead to the Longines at Breeders' Cup Turf. Let's take a look at the odds as they stand right now. You have 24 minutes until post time. $5 million on the line. The longest Breeders' Cup race as far as the distances go, 1.5 miles on the firm listed turf course in Rebels Romance. Your winner of this race back in 2022, he opens up as the favorite at 9-5. Earlier on the day today, we saw Believing act up in the starting 8, tossing jockey Ryan Moore out the back. Just Stafford got a chance to catch up with Aidan O'Brien regarding the champion jockey and the rest of the afternoon.
Aidan O'Brien has won the Breeders' Cup Turf 7 times, a race that's treated you very well. Wingspan and Luxembourg. I'll start with Luxembourg. Aidan, a horse who has achieved so much, but still sometimes is slightly underrated in races like this, but he must have confidence that he will really improve in this kind of environment and this setup today.
Yeah, we think Jesse will suit him. Obviously he ran kind of 2nd or 3rd string early on in the season until now, which is kind of first time going in his 1st string. We always thought he would handle fast ground and flat track, and mile and a half here we always thought would suit him. So yeah, he seems to be in good form, so hopefully.
And Wingspan, she's the younger improving type. She ran a career best last time. You must be thrilled with her. How long has a plan like the Breeders' Cup been in your mind?
Yeah, obviously we tried her the last time over 1.5 miles, first time, and to see would she get it, and she seemed to get it very well. Shawnee felt if he had it went quicker, it would have been suited her better. So obviously obviously that suggested that she should have no problem getting a mile and a half here. Ground is different, but she has run in quick ground before. She's lovely, relaxed filly in good place, and we think it's a race that could suit her.
And we're only an hour away now to the big moment at City of Detroit. Slightly worrying moments earlier, seeing Ryan go down. We hope and we assume that all is okay with him.
Yeah, I think so. I think he has ice on his wrist, and he got a nasty enough cut on his hand, but he said he's fine. So hopefully, and obviously when he rides he'll know. So hopefully he is okay. And listen, he was okay, and the filly was okay. And hopefully Ryan, he'll ride Luxembourg, and then hopefully he'll be okay to ride City.
Well, it was a great day yesterday. All the best for the rest today.
Appreciate it, Jess. Thanks very much.
Jess, thank you. Key information there with regard to Ryan Moore and the rest of the afternoon. I wish we, can't underscore how important it is to remember that it's not just during the race when you're encountering these horses that the riders or anyone else around them can be hurt.
Absolutely. But it was worrying when Believing went down. Thankfully, she's okay, as you heard from Aidan. And for the rest of the card today, Ryan Moore is all right, because it's a big hour coming up for that team. Aidan O'Brien could, in this race, of course, become the winningmost trainer in the history of the Breeders' Cup.
A couple of updates from the interview there just with regard to his horses. Let's start with Luxembourg, who Ryan Moore will be aboard. Disappointing in the Irish Champion Stakes last out. Do we draw a line through that one?
I think so. I think the way that Luxembourg runs, as you heard from Aidan there, he's intimated that there have been many occasions where Luxembourg is not the #1 horse and he's playing the second or third string. When he is the #1 string and he gets the opportunity to make all the running, as he did in the Coronation Cup earlier this season, he's a really tough horse. But his race, you would think, in the early part of the race, if Ryan Moore can get him to the front and get him to settle and dictate the fractions that he wants, then he'll be dangerous. If he can't, I think he'll be vulnerable.
21 minutes until post time. Let's join Scott Hazelton with a special guest.
Joined by Dan Illman of the Daily Racing Form, and let's talk about these big events coming up very quickly here, Dan, starting with the Breeders' Cup Turf. Does America have a chance in this race, frankly put?
I think they do. I think that Farbridge has really gotten good in his last few races for Christophe Clement. The way he's been able to put away those races in the stretch, especially a talented horse like Warlike Goddess, who is going for the three-peat in the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic Invitational. He's good right now. These Europeans, obviously, they've come over here. They've dominated in recent years. I'm not sure it's the top class ones we've seen, though, in recent years. Farbridge has a chance.
Of the Euros, which one, if there is a standout, would you look towards?
I think Emily Upjohn is probably one of the ones to beat, although she has shown that she can be had. It's been a long time between drinks for her, but look at her last effort, the Prix Vermeil. She was third behind the horses that immediately returned to run 1-2 in the Arc de Triomphe. Emily Upjohn is very good. She's trained by a master in John Gosden. I'm fascinated in the two Aidan O'Brien trainees, and how can you not be fascinated with the way O'Brien's been going this entire weekend? Luxembourg's interesting to me. I know he won that mile-and-a-half race 3 starts back as loose on the lead as he wanted, and then he was a pace-setter race after that, and then last time was a 1.25 miles, too sharp for him. I wonder if they get very aggressive with Ryan Moore and try to make the lead with him. I also think Wingspan has a tremendous amount of upside potential. And don't forget Japan. Shahryar is repeating the same Sapporo Kinnen to Breeders' Cup turf pattern that resulted in his good effort last year.
What are we doing in the Breeders' Cup Classic this year in 2024?
I am hoping for a big performance for City of Troy because he is a superstar, but from a betting standpoint, I cannot take him at anything of like 5-1 or less because I don't know, you don't know, his connections don't know if he is going to handle dirt. What I do know is that Sierra Leone, it's been one excuse after another, and maybe you shouldn't be playing horses like that, but at 8-1 at a 1.25 miles in a race with a fast pace, I want to give the Chad Brown trainee one more chance to run a big effort and maybe kick these horses down in the stretch. I'm expecting a good run from Sierra Leone. I want to bet him if he's 8-1 or so, and of course, I think Forever Young is going to show up.
And
thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of World Championship Saturday.
Always a pleasure.
Scott, thank you so much. 9-5 on the number 11 Rebels Romance, but this horse is sensational in the paddock today. He's really a fun horse to watch. He's a globetrotter to say the least, multiple Grade 1 winner in several different countries. He's clearly a guy who likes to travel, and he carries his condition beautifully for a horse who goes all over the world. He's handling his surroundings beautifully. He's carrying his weight well, and obviously the class of the field. So 9-5 on him. I will take him on top, but I'm going to give you guys some prices to key in underneath to make some better value of that 9 to 5. Starting with the number 2, Emily Upjohn. Oh my goodness, this 5-year-old mare is outstanding against this group. She stacks up with the boys in here, almost looks like a colt, carries a lot of flesh, but a beautiful and effective mover. And I like that Frankie Dettori gets back on board here today. She's a mare who kind of needs things her way. She doesn't like to be pressed. She likes to come from off the pace. And her last win actually came in the Grade 1 Coronation Cup with Frankie Dettori aboard at Epsom. And he's perfect for her. He knows how to time these races coming from off the pace. And physically, she could not look any better today. So 6 to 1 is excellent value. But I'm also going to throw in the number 3, Shahryar. This horse finished second behind Rebels Romance in the Dubai Shima Classic at Meydan 2 starts back. And this is another horse who's handling himself really well for someone who has traveled so much. He's holding beautiful weight and just a beautiful horse with a lot of substance and a lot of power behind him, guys.
Sean Levy rides horse number 5, JRB, who's stepping up into a new trip. He showed he can be aggressive from the front. How are you going to like to ride him?
Look, I'd like to go forward and then see where I end up comfortably. It makes sense to do the best you can from that draw. So yeah, if that happens to be quite close or mid-div, I'll be happy enough.
He's very relaxed and taking it all in. He seems to really become a man in recent weeks.
Yeah, he's been very good since he got here. Took well to his pony, which is a benefit. If he's keeping a lid on things, because he can normally just get a little bit worked up, but he's keeping a lid on it, so far so good.
I think you'll be happy with how he looks. All the best.
So much great information out there in the paddock, so let's talk about it all. Let's start with JRB, Rishi. This is a 3-year-old son of Zoffany, and Brian Meehan has won this race twice before with Red Rocks and with Dangerous Midge. Where would you stack this horse up in ability against those two at this stage of his career?
I'd say he's not quite as good as Red Rocks was. Red Rocks had achieved a little bit more coming into his Breeders' Cup Turf win. Dangerous Midge sort of progressed really quickly, and I think he's more in keeping with the pattern that Dangerous Midge has had. He has progressed himself from his win at Royal Ascot, where arguably he was a little bit lucky that day. King's Gambit, who was behind him, didn't get the best of runs, but it was a very good performance. He finished second behind Economics. Economics, as we know, is one of the best 3-year-olds in Europe this year in middle distance races. And then he went to France and he won on Arc Weekend in the Prix Dollar. Mile and a quarter, his top trip so far. He has to prove he definitely stays a mile and a half. When I spoke to Brian Meehan earlier in the week and I asked him the exact same question that you asked me, he said it's a tough question to answer. He thinks in time he might be better than them all.
Well, it was high praise that we just saw in that quote. He thinks this could be the best horse he's ever trained. Is he prone to hyperbole or prone to those sort of superlatives, or do we really take this very seriously, that kind of praise at this stage?
Well, I think you take it seriously. You look at Brian Meehan's record. He hasn't brought a welter of runners at the Breeders' Cup, so he's selective, and he doesn't genuinely get too carried away with his horses until they really establish themselves, and he's had lots of good horses, but this horse has got a very good attitude. I do have a slight question mark about the trip. I think they think in time a mile and a half will be a trip for him, but you see Al Mackham is running him down at the end of the race. The horse who's back in 4th in the blue colours is Anmart. Anmart ends up winning the Champion Stakes, so the form's pretty good, but there are questions to answer for him today.
Gabby, I want to ask you about Emily Upjohn. She's another one that hasn't quite been able to step up and trip like this. Do you see any concerns for her from what you're seeing in her physical today as we go the mile and a half?
No, absolutely not, because I think John Gosden, he had a decision to run her in the Filly Mare Turf or this race going a mile and a half, and he said she needs every bit of a mile and a half. So I think this is the perfect distance for her. And I love that Frankie Dettori gets back on her today, because they just had such chemistry when he was aboard her in the past. And then you also have to take into consideration the experience that Frankie has had in the States this year. And I think that takes it to the next level. Trainer John Gosden saying this about his charge. She's a better filly on fast ground, and she hasn't had it this year, especially in the case in the Vermeil last time out at Longchamp. That was a very heavy ground. So I just think it's kind of a perfect storm for her today. The distance, the surface, and Frankie coming back aboard.
Rishi, I listened to Nick Luck's podcast just about the decision to bring Frankie back aboard. And at first, I think, when you have a stable jockey, it might be a bit of a disappointment not to make the trip out for a horse like this. But the way that he framed it, I thought just made so much sense. One horse coming over, the established relationship, and putting them back together.
And Frankie's here. He hadn't had to bring Frankie. Frankie's already here, and he's riding really well. And he is on a filly who's won 5 times in her career, and 4 of those victories have come under Frankie Dettori. So it made perfect sense. No disrespect to Kieran Schumacher, who is the stable jockey for John and Thady Gosden. All the things that Gabby said, I totally agree with. They're all the factors that make her a massive player today.
How do you think she'll take to Del Mar?
I think this
she's quite
test,
big.
she is quite big, but she's quite nimble. She's acted around Epsom, which is as tough a track as there is in Europe, and she nearly won the Oaks. She actually had a bit of bad luck coming out the gates. If it was for a little bit of better fortune, she might have been a classic winner.
Gabby Cabo's Spirit on screen, the 8th there. We saw that DRF formulator fact with regard to him. Look, we know what he's doing. We know what the game plan is. Is there an opportunity for him to steal this race on the front end?
Hey, there's a chance. If you're in the race, there's certainly a chance. He is fast. When you look at some of the other Europeans and their form, horses like JRB, they have some speed. I don't know if they have as much as speed as a horse like Cabo's Spirit, but as much as I like this horse, I do think the form is a couple notches below than what he needs in order to win this.
The barn is going well. As you can see, George Papadromo looking to extend a pretty big win streak that he is involved in right now. And we mentioned the style of Cabo's Spirit. We can show you the stretch in the John Henry Turf Cup. This was on California Crown Day. He got out there on the front end, set all those early fractions. This was the farthest he had gone distance-wise. I think people underestimated him on that occasion. Nobody's going to be underestimating him on the front end today. No, and I think he'll be a key player in the determining whether or not a horse like Luxembourg is going to be able to show his absolute best today. Because, of course, if Cabo's Spirit gets out on the lead, which is his style, and I don't think he can do it any other way, it could interrupt the plans or the thinking behind Luxembourg being on the lead and being ridden aggressively.
And to be fair, you hit the nail on the head, Christina. This is a horse who's been campaigned at shorter distances his entire career. He finally stretched out to 1.25 miles last time out, and his natural speed came a little bit easier to him. So he's got that stayers type of speed, but he is going to have to improve in order to pull this off.
Yeah, a day like today and in a weekend like this, and there's so many horses from all over the world, just champion runners. They bring this incredible form, and this is one of the pillars of the Breeders' Cup, is to bring these types of horses together. But Rebel's Romance, just walking behind us a little while ago, it's not just his stature, it's the look in his eye. He's a warrior, this horse. I mean, he feels like he owns a day like today, and he's done so all over the globe. Our post-parade begins with the 1 Rowsham Park.
At Rowsham Park, one of the Japanese contenders in this race. He's got form in sort of lesser graded races in Japan, and I think he'll have to improve.
Emily Upjohn comes here, and Frankie Dettori back aboard. He's been aboard for 4 of those 5 victories for this wonderful mare.
Chariot ran well in last year's Breeders' Cup Turf behind Auguste Rodin. Actually ran well behind Rebel's Romance in the Dubai Shima Classic earlier in the season. He's definitely a player.
Aidan O'Brien has had a very strong record here in this race. Luxembourg, he does send out with Ryan Moore aboard as well.
Next we'll see JRB for Brian Meehan. He, like Luxembourg, can go forward, JRB, and he has done. He did so. He was ridden prominently when he won at Royal Ascot in the summer. He won well last time out in France at the ARC meeting, and prior to that, he was a good second to Economics. He's stepping up in trip today, but his trainer is very confident that it'll suit him.
Farbridge the 6 is probably America's best chance at winning this race. He comes into the race with back-to-back Grade 1 wins, one over softer ground in the Turf Classic last time out, and then over firmer ground and the Sword Dancer 2 starts back. He's a horse that's really thriving right now, that's for sure.
I'd like to see a good run from him because I like Warlike Goddess later on in the filly and mare turf. But next we'll see Grand Sonata, who won at Kentucky Downs last time. And as much as you respect Todd Pletcher and connections here, you'll still think that Grand Sonata will have to find a great deal of improvement to upset the top, at least European runners.
That's right, and did lose against Farbridge in the Sword Dancer at Saratoga. The 8 Cabo Spirit, 30-1, Abel Cedillo aboard for George Papapadromo. This horse has been campaigned at shorter distances on the turf, but really came to life last time out at 1.25 miles.
El Encinal won a Group 1 in Argentina over 1.5 miles at the back end of last year, but his 2 runs in the US have been a little bit of a struggle.
Wingspan nearly won a Group 1 event last time out. She's a 3-year-old filly going against this competition today, so she gets in with that lightweight of 119 pounds.
Rebels Romance, winner of this race in 2022. As you heard from Christina, real warrior. This year he's won in Dubai, in Hong Kong, in Germany, and he ran well in defeat in the King George at Ascot.
Well, if you want to look at a horse who loves the Del Mar turf course, look no farther than Gold Phoenix. 4 for 6 here and did win the Del Mar handicap back over the summer.
And there goes Harvard, was behind Carbo Spirit in that mile quarter race at Santa Anita. This is a much tougher test and a different trip.
That's your field for the $5 million Longines Breeders' Cup Turf. 7 minutes until post time. Let's head to our FanDuel TV studios in Los Angeles.
Christina, thank you. What an edition of the turf we have coming up as we are at the FanDuel Racing app here in Los Angeles. I'm going to go for an exacta box. We have it keyed here, and I've been really impressed with what we've seen from the one, Rauschen Park, in the morning. We're going to get one of the top riders in the world, Christophe Lemieux, looking good in the morning, and the ground-saving inside post. Also going to add the 3. This horse got a horrible trip last year in the Breeders' Cup Turf and finished 3rd. I think they're going to ride the 3 more forward today with DeMuro.